Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from TylaWalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Helen. The air inside Snowfall Lodge smells like my grandfather's workshop, if he'd ever bothered to bake gingerbread in it. It's a dizzying, wonderful combination of fresh-cut pine, wood smoke, and warm spices that settles right into my bones. For a moment, I just stand in the grand entryway, letting the warmth chase the North Carolina chill from my cheeks. Massive timber beams crisscross the vaulted ceiling, and a Christmas tree that looks like it was stolen from a city square glitters with 1,000 white lights. It's a rustic fairy tale fantasy, and I feel ridiculously out of place in my favorite worn jeans and practical boots. I clutch the handle of my carrying case, the smooth oiled leather, a familiar comfort against my palm. This is it, the Toy of the Year finals. My little company, Calvin's Creations, is up against giants, behemoths. Specifically, one plastic-peddling, soul-sucking behemoth in particular. My stomach does a nervous little flip, a fizzy agitation that I try to squash with a deep, pine-scented breath. It's fine. I'm fine. I deserve to be here. Helen Calvin, my little woodland artisan, you made it. The voice is as bright and crackling as the fire roaring in the gigantic stone hearth nearby. I turn to see Agatha Frost, the competition's host and a legitimate icon in the toy world, bustling toward me. She's a whirlwind of crimson cashmere and shocking white hair, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous energy that hasn't faded in 50 years of designing toys that actually matter. Miss Frost, it's an honor, I say. And somehow the words feel small and inadequate. This is the woman who designed the original Wonder Blocks, the toy that basically taught me the fundamentals of balance and gravity. Oh, nonsense, dear. Call me Agatha. She pats my arm, her touch surprisingly firm. I was so thrilled when your submission came through. That little wooden fox with the articulated joints. Genius. Absolutely soulful. A warmth spreads through my chest, quiet and settling. Soulful? That's the highest compliment I could ever receive. Thank you. He was my grandfather's last design. I just finished him. A legacy, she says, her smile softening. That's what this industry has lost. Everyone's chasing trends and licensed characters. They forget that the best toy is a piece of a story. She gestures toward the main hall, where the other finalists are setting up their displays. Go on, find your spot. I can't wait to see what else you've brought. Her encouragement is the push I need. I find my designated alcove, a cozy space next to a window looking out on a world that's quickly disappearing into a swirl of thick, heavy snow. I unlatch my case and begin to set up my world in miniature. My hands know this work. They find the familiar shapes in the dark velvet lining without me even looking. First, the family of nesting owls, each carved from a single piece of maple, their surfaces sanded so smooth they feel like river stones. I run my thumb over the largest one, feeling the subtle grain, the invisible seam where the two halves meet. My grandfather taught me that a toy should feel good in your hands long before a child ever decides what to do with it. Next come the balancing acrobats, their limbs interlocking in a dozen cheerful, gravity-defying combinations. Then the pull-along bear, his wooden wheels designed to make a gentle, rumbling clack against a hardwood floor. This is my comfort zone. The scent of linseed oil on my hands, the heft of solid birch, the quiet satisfaction of a well-made thing. It grounds me, pulling me out of my head and back into the tangible world I understand. I tuck my pencil, always a Blackwing 602, for its perfect softness, into the twists piled on top of my head and stand back to admire my small army of wooden wonders. They look good. They look like they belong. Which is when I see him. He's standing across the great hall, near the bar, looking like a wolf who has accidentally wandered into a petting zoo. Quillen Whalen, in the flesh. He's talking to one of the judges, his posture radiating an easy confidence that I know, from personal experience, is carefully manufactured. His suit is a sharp, offensive gray that probably cost more than my belt sander, a stark slash of corporate precision against the lodge's warm, rustic wood. The air in my lungs seems to thin out. Suddenly, the scent of gingerbread is sharp and cloying, and the crackle of the fire sounds like mocking laughter. Chicago. The memory hits me not as a thought, but as a feeling. The hot flush of humiliation under the fluorescent lights of the convention center. The condescending tilt of his smile as he talked about leveraging brand synergy while gesturing at my hand-carved creations. He dismantled my entire philosophy in front of a crowd with the slick, detached efficiency of a surgeon, and I'd told him his best-selling toy looked like it had been vomited out by a unicorn with a plastics addiction. It wasn't my finest moment. He's even more infuriatingly handsome than I remember. Strong jaw, hair the color of dark honey that's a little too long to be strictly corporate, and eyes that are a startling, piercing blue. The kind of blue that seems to see right through you, assess your market value, and find it wanting. My hands find the rough edge of the wooden table, my fingers tracing the grain, trying to anchor myself. He is everything I'm against. A focus-grouped, mass-produced, soulless profit margin in a bespoke suit, as if he can feel the sheer force of my animosity. From 50 feet away, he excuses himself from the judge. He turns, and his eyes, those laser beam, ROI calculating eyes, land directly on me. There's no flicker of recognition, no moment of searching. Just immediate, direct, and unnerving acknowledgement. He knows exactly who I am. My breath catches, a stupid little hitch in my throat. I should look away, busy myself with my display, pretend I haven't noticed him. It would be the professional, mature thing to do, but I can't. I'm pinned by his gaze, by the unreadable expression on his face, and then he starts walking, not meandering. He moves with a sharp, deliberate purpose, cutting a straight line through the festive chatter of the room. Every step is precise, measured, bringing the walking embodiment of my professional and philosophical nemesis directly toward me. My little alcove suddenly feels less like a cozy nook and more like a cage. My fingers tighten on the edge of the table, the wood biting into my skin. He doesn't smile. He doesn't scowl. His expression is a blank slate of corporate neutrality, and it's the most dangerous I've ever seen.
Chapter 2. Quillen. The Snowfall Lodge is a logistical liability. The exposed timber beams are a fire hazard. The open plan layout offers zero privacy for sensitive conversations, and the overall aesthetic is a pastiche of rustic cliches. It is, however, exceptionally marketable. I can already see the holiday campaign visuals. Cozy, authentic, family-oriented, effective. My gaze sweeps the room, cataloging the competition. A father-son team with a line of overly complex robotics kits, high production cost, niche demographic, low threat. A woman with a series of educational STEM dolls, strong branding, but the market is saturated. I mentally assign each a threat level percentage, my mind running the numbers on brand penetration and potential market share. It is a simple, calming calculus. Predictable. My phone vibrates in my pocket, a harsh buzz against my thigh. I glance at the caller ID. Mr. Abernathy, of course. I turn toward the bar, presenting my back to the room before answering. Waylon. Quillen. Status report. Abernathy's voice is a familiar, gravelly rasp, impatience baked into every syllable. I have eyes on the finalists. The landscape is as projected. Our primary competitor appears to be Calvin's creations. The wood woman, he grunts. Her numbers are a rounding error. Are you telling me a hobbyist is our primary competitor? Her product has a high degree of authenticity that resonates with a key emerging demographic, I state. The marketing jargon a smooth, protective armor. She represents a potential narrative threat. And she is infuriatingly talented, a small, unprofessional voice adds in my head. I dismiss it immediately. Narratives don't move units in Q4, Waylon. Results do. The board was not pleased with the Chicago optics. Another public spectacle is not an option. You are there to win, not to debate philosophy with some girl in a shed. Second place is not an option. Do you understand? The pressure, a constant companion, cinches tighter around my ribs. I glance at the intricate face of my watch, the sweep of the second hand, a perfect steady rhythm in a world of variables. Control. That is what this is about. I understand completely, sir. The Mega Toy Corp entry is positioned for success. He hangs up without a goodbye. I slide the phone back into my pocket, my hand lingering there for a moment. My thumb traces the edge of the smooth glass. The pressure is not just from Abernathy. It comes from a small house in Ohio, from tuition bills and medical expenses. It comes from my sister's bright, trusting smile. Winning is not a goal, it is a baseline requirement. I turn back to the room, my strategic assessment resuming. And then I see her. Helen Calvin. It is like finding a glitch in the matrix, a variable I cannot quantify. She is standing in an alcove, arranging her display of toys. That word seems insufficient. They are small, warm-looking sculptures. She is not dressed for a professional competition. She is wearing jeans, and a dusting of what I suspect is actual sawdust clings to the sleeve of her sweater. A pencil is stuck into the intricate twists of her hair, which is piled high on her head. It is an absurdly impractical way to store a writing implement. The memory of Chicago surfaces, unbidden. Standing on that brightly lit stage, I had her cornered with data points and focus group results. I was winning, by every objective metric. And then she looked at me, her eyes flashing with a heat that felt entirely disproportionate to a discussion about playthings, and delivered that line about the unicorn vomit. The crowd laughs, a few people even applaud. Her dismissal of my life's work is so total. It momentarily short-circuits my brain. I was annoyed, naturally, but I was also impressed by the sheer, unbridled fire of her conviction. She looks up now, as if sensing my scrutiny. Her eyes meet mine across the room. They are a deep, expressive brown, and in them I see immediate recognition and immediate hostility. Her posture changes, a subtle stiffening of her spine. Her hands, which had been moving with a fluid grace over her products, still on the edge of her display table. She is a problem, an unpredictable data point. Her skin has the rich, deep color of polished cherry wood, and it seems to soak up the warm, golden light of the lodge, making her stand out against the pale winter landscape outside the window. It is a ridiculous, non-strategic thought, and I file it away under irrelevant observations. Her appeal is not a conventional, easily categorized thing. It is in the intense focus she brings to the smallest task, the unapologetic passion that seems to radiate from her like warmth from the hearth. She is authentic, and in my world, authentic is a concept we spend millions of dollars trying to replicate. She simply is. This is a risk, an uncontrolled variable. The Chicago incident demonstrated her volatility. Abernathy's warning echoes in my mind. A public spectacle is not an option. Therefore, a preemptive strategic engagement is the only logical course of action. I must approach her, neutralize the tension, and establish a baseline of professional civility. It is not a desire, it is a tactical necessity. I begin to walk toward her. My path is a straight, efficient line. I ignore the other contestants, the judges, the festive noise. They are all secondary to this primary objective: mitigate the Helen Calvin variable. I watch her as I approach. I see the way her knuckles have gone white where she grips the table. I see the slight parting of her lips, the way her breath seems to have stalled in her chest. She is an open book of emotion, every feeling displayed without filter or artifice. It is a terrible business strategy. It is also, for some reason I will not analyze, captivating. I stop a few feet from her display. The scent of raw wood, beeswax, and her, something clean and faintly citrusy, cuts through the room's cloying gingerbread spice. Her creations are even more impressive up close. The craftsmanship is impeccable. The designs are simple, intuitive, elegant. They are a commercial nightmare and an artistic triumph. I force my expression into one of cool, detached professionalism. I will control this interaction. I will set the tone. I will not let her pull me into another pointless debate. Calvin. The name comes out crisp, exactly as I intended. I give a small, polite nod. Let's not make this another Chicago, shall we?
Chapter 3. Helen. His voice is exactly as I remember. A low, smooth baritone that could sell ice in a blizzard. And his words, so deceptively reasonable on the surface, are laced with the same condescending chill that made me want to throw a block of unfinished maple at his head in Chicago. Let's not make this another Chicago, shall we? As if I was the one who got up on stage and called handcrafted toys a statistically insignificant cottage industry with poor scalability. I force my hands to relax their death grip on the table. My fingers, stained with a bit of walnut oil from my morning's work, uncurl one by one. I pick up the articulated fox, its polished wooden limbs cool and solid in my palm. My thumb strokes the gentle curve of its back, the familiar texture a silent anchor. Grounded. I am grounded. I don't know, Waylon, I say, my voice much steadier than the fizzy agitation buzzing under my skin. I thought Chicago was very clarifying. You made it clear your company's goal is to personally fill every landfill with neon plastic fodder. And I made it clear I'd rather go bankrupt than sell a toy that requires a battery change and a degree in advanced engineering to operate. A muscle ticks in his jaw, a tiny satisfying flicker in his otherwise perfectly controlled facade. Our products are the best-selling in every key demographic. We conduct extensive research to ensure we are giving children what they want. You give children what your marketing department tells them to want. I make the little fox take a playful leap from one of my hands to the other. Remember last year's Christmas blockbuster? Captain Comet's cosmic quest for the glitter galaxy? You churned out 1 million plastic spaceships that lit up, made 3 annoying sounds, and had a single pre-programmed function. After a week, every single one of those ships was gathering dust because there was nothing else to do with it. There was no room for a story. I tapped the fox's head. This doesn't have a commercial tie-in or a syndicated television show. It's just a fox. The story is whatever the child imagines it to be. It can be a pirate, a doctor, an astronaut who lives on the moon. A noble sentiment. He uses noble like it's a synonym for unprofitable, but a sentiment that doesn't account for sensory engagement, cross-platform brand reinforcement, or maximizing interactive play patterns. He glances at my display, his gaze clinical. The market for nostalgic, low-tech toys is limited. Oh my God, stop. I cut him off, a bubble of genuine, exasperated laughter catching in my throat. Do you ever just say words? Or does everything have to be corporate speak bingo? You're one synergistic paradigm away from me completely losing my mind. I lean forward, lowering my voice. Just talk like a person for 30 seconds. I dare you. For the first time, something other than cool assessment flickers in his brilliant blue eyes. It looks a lot like surprise, maybe even a hint of amusement. No, impossible. Quillen Whalen doesn't get amused. He calculates positive engagement outcomes. He adjusts the cuff of his stupidly expensive shirt, his fingers brushing against the complicated face of his watch. It's a tell. I saw him do it in Chicago right before he went for the jugular. My point, he continues, his voice a fraction tighter, is that there is no need for our professional disagreement to become personal. My work is personal, I counter, my voice rising with a passion I can't suppress. My hands are moving now, gesturing with the fox, before setting it down to trace the rings on a balancing block. The wood is warm under my fingertips. It's my grandfather's legacy. It's my name on the box. I don't know how to do this job any other way, and I don't want to. Maybe that's your problem. You've forgotten that the person on the other end of your profit margin is a kid who just wants to play. The air between us is electric now, humming with a tension so thick I can feel it on my skin. The rest of the room, with its festive chatter and clinking glasses, seems to fade into a muted, cozy blur. There is only this man, his ridiculously sharp suit, and the infuriating, undeniable pull of a good argument. His eyes are locked on mine, and I have the sudden, insane thought that he's actually listening, that behind the corporate jargon and the polished armor, he's hearing what I'm saying. Ah, the two titans of toy philosophy. Agatha Frost materializes beside us, her crimson scarf trailing behind her like a royal banner. She beams at us, her eyes twinkling as she looks back and forth between us. I could feel the fiery creative energy from across the room. What a marvelous clash of ideas. Steel and oak, a fascinating combination. I feel a hot blush creep up my neck, and I see a flicker of something, annoyance, embarrassment, cross Quillen's face before it's wiped clean. He opens his mouth to say something, probably to reframe our argument as a robust exchange of market perspectives. When the lights in the great hall flicker once, twice, and then die completely, a collective gasp sweeps through the room. The world is plunged into semi-darkness. The only illumination comes from the roaring fire, which casts long dancing shadows across the timber beams, making the familiar lodge feel ancient and strange. Outside the massive windows, the snow is no longer a gentle swirl. It's a thick, white, howling wall. A blizzard that has swallowed the world whole. The festive chatter is replaced by an uneasy, absolute silence, broken only by the hungry crackle of burning logs and the rising shriek of the wind as it batters the building. After a moment that stretches for an eternity, a young staff member appears, holding a ridiculously large, dripping candelabra, like a character in a Gothic novel. "Apologies, everyone," he says, voice amplified by the sudden, profound quiet. The storm has worsened somewhat. The main power line is down. The generator for the main lights is out as well, but the emergency power is keeping the essentials running. He clears his throat nervously, the candlelight making his face a dark mask of flickering shadows. The sheriff's department just called. The mountain pass is completely snowed in. I'm afraid all roads are closed until further notice. No one is getting in or out. A wave of murmurs ripples through the crowd, a sound of anxious collective realization. Trapped. We're trapped. With him. I glance at Quillen. In the flickering firelight, the sharp angles of his face are softer, his expression uncharacteristically unguarded. He looks less like a corporate shark and more like a man who just realized he's missed his flight home for Christmas. For a single bizarre moment, I feel a pang of something that feels dangerously close to sympathy. But Agatha Frost is not dismayed. In fact, she looks utterly, incandescently delighted. She claps her hands together, a sharp, joyful sound that cuts through the anxious chatter and makes everyone jump. A wide, mischievous grin spreads across her face. "Well," she exclaims, her voice ringing with triumphant glee that borders on mania. "This is an unexpected gift, an opportunity." Every head in the room turns toward her. The air is thick with a shared, nervous anticipation. I have a very, very bad feeling about this. The kind of feeling you get right before you agree to something you know you'll regret. Now that we're all going to be so wonderfully cozy together for the foreseeable future, she continues, her eyes sparkling like she's about to unveil the greatest toy ever invented, I have a wonderfully productive idea for how we can all spend our time.
Chapter 4. Quillen. Agatha Frost's voice rings through the firelit hall, filled with a dangerous, whimsical enthusiasm. I process her words as a series of strategic inputs. Cozy together translates to forced proximity. Productive idea translates to an unscheduled event. My mind automatically categorizes this as a common corporate retreat tactic, the impromptu team-building exercise designed to foster innovation under pressure. It is unorthodox for a competition of this nature, but manageable. "You will be working together," she chirps. "But not with your friends." "Oh no, that would be far too easy." A low murmur of confusion spreads through the room. This is a deviation from the standard paradigm. My internal risk assessment metrics begin to flicker. To truly push the boundaries of creativity, Agatha continues, her grin widening, you will be paired with your most direct rival. The statement lands with all the force of a hostile takeover bid. The air goes still. The logic is unsound. Pitting rivals against each other does not foster innovation. It fosters conflict and industrial espionage. This is not a team-building exercise. This is chaos theory put into practice. This is a disaster. My mind is already running scenarios, calculating the potential fallout. Abernathy's voice echoes in my head. Second place is not an option. This new variable jeopardizes the entire operation. Agatha begins reading from a list, her voice cheerfully oblivious to the quiet apocalypse she has just initiated. I see the father-son robotics team exchange a look of pure dread as they are paired with the woman who makes the STEM dolls. My own name has not yet been called. There is still a chance, however statistically small, that I will be paired with someone predictable, someone rational. And finally, Agatha says, drawing out the moment with theatrical flair, a pairing I think will produce something truly extraordinary. Quillen Whalen from Mega Toy Corp. My entire consciousness narrows to a single point. Every contingency plan, every strategic forecast is on hold, waiting for the final data input. We'll be partnering with Helen Calvin of Calvin's Creations. It is a total system failure. For a fractional moment, my brain ceases to function. The inputs are nonsensical, the command line is corrupted. I am to collaborate with the unicorn vomit woman, the walking, breathing embodiment of everything my professional life is built to overcome. She is not a collaborator. She is the competition. She is the antithesis. My training kicks in, a firewall against the sudden, unacceptable surge of raw panic. My expression remains neutral. My posture remains relaxed. I am a study in corporate composure. Inside, my mind is a frantic cascade of damage control protocols. Risk assessment, catastrophic. Helen Calvin is the least predictable, least data-driven person in this room. Her entire business model is based on sentiment and nostalgia, two metrics that are impossible to quantify reliably. She is a rogue element, an agent of chaos in an otherwise orderly system. Impact on objective: severe. My path to victory was clear. Leverage the superior research, marketing power, and supply chain efficiencies of Megatoy Corp. Now I am shackled to a partner whose core philosophy is fundamentally incompatible with success, as I have defined it. Abernathy will see this as a catastrophic failure of management. My hand lifts, a smooth, automatic motion, and my fingers find the reassuringly complex bezel of my watch. I adjust the crown, a meaningless gesture that focuses the chaos into a single controllable action. The steady, silent sweep of the second hand is the only sane thing in this room. I need a new strategy. Now. Contingency Alpha. Assert dominance. Take control of the project immediately. Steer her impractical, artistic impulses toward a commercially viable outcome. High risk of direct conflict. Contingency Beta. Feign collaboration. Allow her to indulge her creative process while I work a parallel strategy, subtly integrating marketable features until the final product is more mine than hers. Slower, higher chance of detection. I look over at her, my primary obstacle, and the sight is not what I expected. She is not angry, not yet. She is simply horrified. Her beautiful, expressive face, the one that had been so animated with passion and fury only moments before, is now pale in the firelight. Her mouth is slightly open, her dark eyes wide, with the look of pure, unadulterated shock, as if Agatha has just announced that all toys will henceforth be made of soggy bread, and an entirely illogical, inefficient emotional response flickers through my system. It is a brief, pointless pang of sympathy. We are, for this single moment, united in our mutual horror. It is a deeply uncomfortable sensation, and I squash it immediately. Sympathy is a liability. My ambition, the cold, hard necessity of providing for my family, is a far more powerful motivator. Her shock is her problem. My problem is how to manage it. But Helen Calvin is not a manager's problem. She is an activist. Her shock morphs into outrage. A dark fire ignites in her eyes. Her spine straightens from its stunned slump into a ramrod of righteous indignation. She takes a breath. Oh no. She pushes away from her display table, her hands clenched into fists at her sides, and takes a single determined step toward Agatha Frost. She's going to protest publicly. She's going to get up in front of the judges, the host, and the entire competition, and make a scene. She is going to brand us both as difficult, uncooperative, and, worst of all, unprofessional. It is a critical strategic error, an act of mutually assured destruction. And I realize, with a jolt of cold, clear urgency, that I have to intervene. I have to stop her before she self-destructs and takes my entire career down with her.
Chapter 5. Helen. The rage is a hot white light behind my eyes, partnered with Quill and Whalen. The words echo in the stunned silence of the room. A personal, specific kind of damnation. This isn't just a challenge, it's an insult. It's Agatha Frost, a woman I admire, looking at my life's work and his plastic empire and declaring them to be two sides of the same coin. It's a perversion of everything I stand for. My blood is boiling. I'm going to tell her exactly what I think of her wonderfully productive idea. I take a step forward, my hands clenched into tight fists at my sides, my entire body thrumming with a righteous, furious energy. I don't even get a second step. He moves so fast and so silently, I don't see him coming. One moment, he's a statue of corporate disapproval across the room. The next, he's right beside me, his hand closing lightly but firmly around my upper arm. His touch is not aggressive, but it's an undeniable anchor, stopping me dead in my tracks. The warmth of his fingers seeps instantly through the sleeve of my sweater, a shocking, unwelcome jolt that short-circuits my anger for a split second. "Go on," he murmurs, voice a low, venomous purr right next to my ear. The sound cuts straight through the buzzing in my head, sharp and cold as a shard of ice. By all means, throw a tantrum. A public meltdown is a fantastic look for an artisan brand trying to be taken seriously. The words are a slap. They are cold, calculating, and utterly, horribly true. The white-hot rage vanishes, extinguished in an instant, replaced by a cold, sickening clarity. He's right. Of course he's right. Protesting wouldn't make me look principled. It would make me look childish and unprofessional. It would confirm every condescending, data-driven assumption he already has about me. The emotional, unpredictable artist who can't handle the pressure. I hate him. I hate him with a sudden, breathtaking intensity, mostly because he's just outplayed me so completely. Before I can pull my arm away, he turns us both to face a beaming Agatha. His hand still a warm proprietary brand on my arm. He smiles, a smooth, polished thing that doesn't reach his eyes. "Agatha," he says, and his voice is now full of a practiced corporate charm that makes my skin crawl. "Helen and I were just saying how much we appreciate this innovative opportunity to synergize our brand philosophies. We can't wait to get started. It's a masterclass in strategic maneuvering, and I am his unwilling, silent accomplice." I feel my own face stretch into a tight false smile. I hate him for it. I hate the way he's so effortlessly taken control. I hate the way he used my own ambition against me. And most of all, I hate the fizzy, unwelcome spark his touch leaves on my skin as Agatha, completely oblivious, claps her hands in delight. "Marvelous. I knew you two would be game," she chirps before leading us toward our designated workstation. We follow, the space between us humming with a new and infinitely more complicated tension. He's released my arm, but I can still feel the phantom pressure of his fingers. As we walk, our mission is clear. We are to build a toy. But it feels more like we are walking into a cage, the two of us, to see who comes out alive. Agatha, bless her chaotic heart, has assigned us a corner of the lodge's magnificent library. It should be a dream. There's a small dedicated fireplace, 2 ridiculously comfortable-looking leather armchairs, and floor-to-ceiling shelves, packed with old books that smell divinely of aging paper and vanilla. It's a cozy, intimate, soulful space, and with Quillen Wayland standing in the middle of it, it feels as small and airless as a shoebox. He's already taken off his suit jacket, draping it carefully over the back of one of the chairs. In his crisp white shirt and tailored trousers, he still looks wildly out of place, a stark black and white photograph in a world of rich, warm color. He places a slim metallic tablet on the heavy oak table between us. The device looks alien here. Its cold, hard lines a silent rebuke to the room's gentle, worn-in comfort. "Right," he says. "All business. I've reviewed the parameters. We have 72 hours to produce a viable concept and a functional prototype. I suggest we begin by defining our target demographic and outlining the key performance indicators for a successful product in the current market." I just stare at him. Key performance indicators. Is he kidding me? I drop my worn leather satchel onto the floor and sink into the other armchair. The leather sighs around me, a comforting, familiar sound. From my bag, I pull out my sketchbook, the one with the coffee stain on the cover, and the Blackwing pencil from my hair. I run my hand over the surface of the oak table, its grain worn smooth by a century of use. This is where I start, with texture, with feeling. Or, I say, opening my book to a clean page, we could start by having an actual idea. The tip of my pencil hovers over the paper. I'm thinking about the woods outside, the heavy quiet of the snow. I sketch a curved line, the shape of a pine bough weighed down with white. I was thinking something modular, something inspired by nature. A building set maybe, but with organic shapes, no hard right angles. Something that feels like it was gathered, not manufactured. Gathered has supply chain issues, he says instantly without even looking up from his tablet, which has now cast a sterile blue light onto his face. And organic shapes are difficult to mass produce with consistent quality control. What materials are you proposing? Whatever we can find. Polished stones from the fireplace hearth, acorn caps, pine cones. We could make connectors from twigs. He finally looks at me, and his expression is one of pure, unadulterated bafflement. It would be funny if it wasn't so infuriating. You want to build a toy for the Toy of the Year award out of twigs and rocks? I must build a toy that encourages imagination, something that connects a kid to the world around them. What's the first thing a child does when you put them in a forest? They pick up a stick. It becomes a sword, a magic wand, a horse. The stick is the beginning of the story. We're just giving them better sticks. We would be giving them a box of potential choking hazards and splinters, he counters, his voice flat. He taps a finger on his tablet. The data shows that the modern child responds to high contrast colors, auditory feedback, and a clear, intuitive play objective. A toy's function should be immediately apparent. A toy's possibilities should be immediately apparent. I shoot back, my pencil pressing harder into the page. Its function should be whatever a kid decides it is. You're not designing a toy. You're designing a user manual with a product attached. I am designing a product that sells, he says, and there's an edge to his voice now, a frustration that matches my own. A product that is safe, engaging, and has a proven appeal based on quantifiable metrics. He turns the tablet toward me. On the screen is a series of brightly colored charts and graphs. According to our latest research, toys incorporating elements of surprise, unboxing experiences, hidden compartments, show a 34% increase in sustained engagement among the 6 to 8-year-old demographic. I look at his chart, then back at my simple, clean sketch of a curved branch. It feels like we're not just speaking different languages. We're living in different universes. The frustration is a tight, hot knot in my stomach. This is exactly what happened in Chicago. This is his superpower. He can drain the life and soul out of any idea, and with a single soulless data point. I'm not putting a hidden compartment in a pinecone, Quillen. Of course not, he says, as if I'm the one being ridiculous. The material is fundamentally flawed. If we were to use a sustainable, recycled plastic, however, we could mold it into organic adjacent shapes that would allow for no. The word is sharp, final. I close my sketchbook. No plastic. That's the entire point of my company, my work. We don't do plastic. Your refusal to be flexible is strategically inefficient. Your obsession with data is creatively bankrupt. The silence that follows is heavy and crackles with our mutual, visceral frustration. The only sounds are the fire and the muffled howl of the wind outside. He's looking at me, his jaw tight, his blue eyes narrowed. And against my will, I notice the way the firelight catches the gold flecks in his hair, the surprising length of his eyelashes. It's a stupid, pointless detail to notice when I'm this angry, and the fact that I'm noticing it at all just makes me even angrier. He takes a breath, visibly wrestling his composure back into place. He glances at his watch, a quick, sharp movement. Fine, let us pivot. Forget materials for a moment. Let's focus on the core concept. The play pattern. What is the user's journey? I swear to God, my soul is trying to leave my body. A fizzy, helpless anger buzzes behind my teeth. I grip my pencil, The smooth hexagonal shape, a small comfort against the rage. This isn't a collaboration. It's a demolition. He's trying to take my process, my philosophy, and smash it into a million tiny marketable pieces. He's waiting, his fingers poised over his tablet, ready to turn my imagination into another one of his stupid charts. And something inside me just snaps. The question erupts out of me, born of pure, unadulterated exasperation. It's sharper than I intend, more personal, but I can't call it back. Did you ever once in your life just play with a toy without running a focus group on it?
Chapter 6. Quillen. Her question is not a strategic inquiry. It is not a challenge to my business model. It is a key, sliding past tumblers I did not even know were there, and turning a lock deep inside my own operating system. For a full 3 seconds, I have no response. My carefully constructed architecture of logic and data fails. It is a catastrophic security breach. Did you ever once in your life just play with a toy without running a focus group on it? The dim, fire-lit library dissolves. The scent of old books and wood smoke is gone, replaced by the sharp, clean smell of antiseptic wipes and the faint, sweet aroma of strawberry-flavored medication. I am not in a rustic lodge in North Carolina. I am on the floor of a brightly lit sensory room, the foam-padded tiles a dizzying geometric pattern beneath my knees. And my sister, Lily, is laughing. It is not a quiet laugh. It is a full-bodied, uninhibited shriek of pure joy. In her small hands is Captain Comet's cosmic quest for the Glitter Galaxy, the very toy Helen just dismissed with such artistic contempt. To Helen, it is landfill fodder. To Lily, it is the entire universe. Her fingers, usually so hesitant, so sensitive to unexpected textures, move with confidence over the molded plastic. She presses the big purple button, and the ship lights up in a sequence of flashing reds and blues. A tinny electronic voice shouts, "Blast off to adventure!" Lily flinches, but it is a happy flinch, a thrill of anticipation. She presses it again and again. The repetitive, predictable nature of the toy is not a flaw. For Lily, it is a comfort. It is a safe, reliable island in a world of overwhelming and unpredictable sensory input. She does not need to invent a story for this toy. Its simple, pre-programmed function is the story, and it is the one she needs to hear. She looks at me, her face illuminated by the flashing lights, and her smile is the most brilliant thing I have ever seen. That smile is the primary objective. It is the only metric that has ever truly mattered. The memory is a vivid, high-resolution file that plays without my permission. It is a vulnerability. It is raw, unanalyzed data that has no place in this negotiation. I force it down. I terminate the process, re-engage the firewalls, and restore the system to its previous state. The library snaps back into focus around me. The scent of wood smoke returns. Helen Calvin is watching me, her head tilted, her dark eyes searching my face with an unnerving perception. She saw something. A flicker. A glitch in the code. This is an unacceptable exposure. I pick up my tablet from the oak table. The cool, smooth metal is a comfort, an anchor to the world of logic and control. My voice, when I speak, is colder than I intend. What a child does in the privacy of their home is irrelevant to the commercial realities of the marketplace, I state, my words precise and detached. My personal experiences do not factor into a product's design. Market research and comprehensive consumer testing are the only reliable indicators of a toy's potential success. To ignore that data would not be just foolish, it would be fiscally irresponsible. It is the correct response, the corporate response. It is also a complete and total lie. Helen recoils as if I had slapped her. The genuine curiosity in her expression hardens back into frustration. Fiscally irresponsible. We're talking about play, Quillen, not a hostile takeover. It's supposed to be about joy, not fiscal responsibility. Joy is a difficult metric to quantify, I retort, my grip tightening on the tablet. I'm not just defending my company now. I'm defending my choices. I'm defending the path I took to give Lily that moment of pure, unquantifiable joy. But sales figures are not. A toy that remains on a shelf brings joy to no one. And a toy that gets thrown in a closet after a week because it's a one-trick pony is a failure. I don't care how many units you moved. You would if you had shareholders to answer to, I say, the words tasting like ash. You would if you had responsibilities beyond your own artistic sensibilities. The air between us is not just tense, it is toxic. We have moved past a philosophical disagreement and into something sharp and personal. I have allowed her to get under my skin, to trigger an emotional response. This is a tactical failure. Another moment in this claustrophobic, fire-lit corner, and I am liable to say something I cannot retract. I push my chair back, the legs scraping harshly against the wooden floor. The sound is loud in the charged silence. This is no longer a productive line of discussion. My voice is flat, devoid of emotion. It is a boardroom voice, the one I use to shut down a failing project. We are both fatigued. I suggest we table this until morning. Helen looks stunned by my abruptness. Then her expression hardens into a glare. She opens her mouth to argue, but I do not give her the chance. I collect my suit jacket from the back of the chair, my movements stiff and efficient. We can reconvene at 0800 hours. I walk away without waiting for her response, my footsteps echoing in the cavernous, silent library. I do not look back. I cannot. My room is quiet, sterile, and blessedly empty. The rustic charm of the lodge feels oppressive, a false front of warmth and comfort. I loosen my tie, the silk a suffocating band around my neck. The pressure in my chest has not subsided. The memory of Lily's laugh is still there, a ghost image burned onto the back of my eyelids. I pull my phone from my pocket, my thumb moving automatically across the screen. I open the photo gallery. It is the first picture in my favorites album. It is Lily, sitting on the grass in our parents' backyard. She is younger than in the memory, maybe 7. She is holding a bright pink and yellow mega-toy electronic unicorn, its vacant plastic eyes staring at the camera. She's missing one of her front teeth. And she is smiling, a wide, gap-toothed, impossibly happy smile. My thumb traces the outline of her face on the screen. This is the reason. This is the only focus group that matters.
Chapter 7. Helen. Sleep is unachievable to me. My mind is a racetrack, and the argument with Quillen is a single infuriating car, doing endless laps. Joy is a difficult metric to quantify, the sheer ice-cold arrogance of it. The way he so completely dismisses everything I believe in. But that's not the part that's keeping me awake. It is the moment just before, right after I ask my question. The 3 seconds of dead air where his corporate mask had slipped, and something raw and unguarded had flickered in his eyes. It wasn't anger. It was something else. Something that looked a lot like pain. And then it was gone, locked away behind a steel door of fiscal responsibility. I give up on tossing and turning and pull on a thick wool sweater over my pajamas. The lodge is silent and dark, a sleeping giant. I pad barefoot down the grand staircase, my steps silent on the thick runner. The only light comes from the main hall, where the massive fireplace is still breathing a soft, hypnotic orange glow. This is my element. The middle of the night, a quiet space, and my sketchbook. I curl up on the plush rug in front of the hearth, the warmth a welcome comfort against the chill in the air. I open to a fresh page, the paper a clean, hopeful white in the dim light. My pencil finds its way to my fingers and I just start to draw, letting my hand do the thinking. Not toys this time, just shapes. The whirl of a fingerprint, the overlapping scales of a pine cone, the jagged, unpredictable pattern of a lightning strike. Anything to quiet the noise in my head. I'm so lost in the scratch of graphite on paper that I don't hear him approach. It's the shift in the firelight, a sudden shadow falling over my page, that makes me look up. Quillen is standing a few feet away. My breath catches. He's not wearing his jacket or his tie. His white shirt sleeves are rolled up to the elbows, revealing surprisingly strong forearms. His hair is slightly mussed, as if he's been running his hands through it. Without the corporate armor, he looks younger, more human, and utterly exhausted. We just stare at each other for a long moment. The only sound is the gentle pop and hiss of the embers. The air is thick with all the things we'd screamed at each other hours earlier. An apology feels impossible. Ignoring him feels childish. His gaze drops to my sketchbook, then flits back to my face. He gives a stiff, almost imperceptible nod and turns, walking toward the dark archway that leads to the kitchens. I watch him go, my stomach a tight knot of confusion. Is he getting a glass of water? Is he just leaving? It's a relief. It's also, for some stupid reason, a little disappointing. I turn back to my drawing, but the focus is gone. My hand feels heavy. The silence he's left behind is louder and more awkward than the one he'd interrupted. I can feel the space where he stood. The entire cavernous hall feels hyper-focused on that one empty spot. A few minutes later, he's back. He's carrying 2 large, heavy-looking ceramic mugs. The sweet, rich scent of dark chocolate reaches me before he does, a warm, comforting wave. He walks over to the fireplace and crouches down, his movements quiet and deliberate. He places one of the mugs on the stone hearth next to me, close enough for me to feel the heat radiating from it, but not so close that we might accidentally touch. He doesn't say a word. He settles on the other side of the hearth, a respectable distance away, and cradles his own mug in his hands. He stares into the fire, his profile etched in flickering gold and shadow. I look down at the mug he's left for me. It's a deep forest green, with a little chip on the rim. Steam rises in a fragrant curl. It's a peace offering, an apology in the form of cocoa, a simple, straightforward act of kindness that my brain has absolutely no idea how to process. The angry, witty retorts I'm so good at are useless here. There's nothing to fight against. My fingers, cold from the night air, wrap around the warm ceramic. The heat seeps into my skin, a quiet, spreading comfort. I lift the mug and take a sip. It's real hot chocolate, rich and dark and not too sweet, with a hint of cinnamon. It's delicious. A quiet, settling warmth spreads from my chest all the way to my toes, chasing away some of the lingering anger. We sit in silence. It's a different kind of silence now. Not the angry, charged space of the library, or the awkward, brittle quiet of a moment ago. This is something else. Softer. More uncertain. The battle lines have been washed away by a current of melted chocolate. We're just 2 people, awake in the dead of night, watching a fire die. The muffled sound of the wind outside is a low, mournful song. The whole world feels like it has shrunk to this small circle of firelight. He hasn't looked at me once. He just keeps staring into the embers, his expression thoughtful and distant. I find myself watching him, the way the firelight plays on the strong line of his jaw, the surprising softness around his mouth when it's not set in a hard corporate line. I am dangerously close to admitting to myself that my sworn enemy is, in fact, devastatingly handsome. It's a profoundly irritating realization. Just as I'm convinced we're going to sit here in silence until the sun comes up, He speaks. His voice is so quiet, it's almost part of the fire's crackle. My sister would love your toys. The words are so unexpected, so completely out of left field that I'm sure I've misheard him. I turn to look at him properly. He's still not looking at me, but his gaze has a faraway quality, as if he's seeing something else in the flames. The smell of the wood.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 8. Quilon. The question hangs in the quiet air between us. You have a sister? Her voice is soft, stripped of the sharp argumentative edge it held in the library. It is a simple, direct inquiry, and it requires a simple, direct answer. Answering it, however, feels like a breach of protocol. My family is a private entity. They are the why behind the what, the protected core that fuels the entire corporate machine. They are not data to be shared with a competitor. But Helen is not looking at me like a competitor. In the warm, flickering light of the fire, her expression is open, curious, and unguarded. The hot chocolate mug is cradled in her hands, her sketchbook lying forgotten on the rug beside her. The silence stretches, and I feel the carefully constructed walls of my corporate persona begin to erode under the gentle weight of her gaze. Yes, the word feels too small, insufficient. I clear my throat, my gaze fixed on the glowing embers. It is easier than looking at her. Her name is Lily. She is younger. Is she the one you called earlier? I look at her then, surprised by the question. It reveals an unwelcome level of observation on her part. No, that was my boss. Oh. A small, knowing smile touches her lips. He sounded intense. He is results-oriented, I say, the familiar corporate jargon, a flimsy shield. He sounded like a jerk, she counters softly, taking a sip of her cocoa. A laugh catches in my throat, a foreign, rusty sound. I manage to suppress it, but the impulse leaves a strange warmth in my chest. I have never, in all my years at Mega Toy Corp, had a colleague describe Mr. Abernathy with such succinct accuracy. Lily. She is the reason, I find myself saying. The words coming out before my internal risk assessment department can veto them. It is a confession, a crack in the armor. Helen does not press. She just waits, her patience a quiet, inviting space. The fire pops, sending a shower of bright orange sparks up the chimney. She has a sensory processing disorder, I continue, the clinical term feeling cold and inadequate to describe the vibrant, chaotic, wonderful reality of my sister. The world is a lot for her. Noises are too loud, lights are too bright, textures can be overwhelming. She processes sensory input differently. It can be difficult. I finally turn to look at her fully. I expect to see pity in her eyes, or perhaps a polite, manufactured sympathy. Instead, I see only a deep, focused attention. She is simply listening. "The toys my company makes," I say, the words tasting strange in my mouth now. "The bright, noisy plastic ones you despise. For Lily, they are predictable. They are safe. The lights flash in the same pattern every time. The sounds are repetitive. The functions are simple and clear. In a world that is constantly throwing confusing signals at her, that predictability is a refuge. It is a way for her to engage on her own terms, without being overwhelmed. It brings her joy. The memory of her laughter, the pure, uninhibited sound of it as she played with that ridiculous spaceship, surfaces again. This time, I do not push it down. I let it fill the quiet between us. This is the data Helen could never understand from a chart. This is the KPI that matters. "I grew up watching my parents struggle," I continue, the confession widening the crack in my armor. "Blue-collar family. Good people, but there was never enough. Every bill was a negotiation. Every unexpected expense was a crisis. I watched them worry, constantly. I decided, very early on, that I would not live like that, and more importantly, that Lily would not." I glance at my watch, but for the first time the gesture is not about control. It is a nervous tick, a shield against the unfamiliar sensation of being this exposed. My ambition, it is not for a bigger office or a more expensive car. It is for her. It is for the certainty that she will always have the best doctors, the best therapists, the best care money can buy. It is for a future where she is secure, long after my parents and I are gone. Mega Toy Corp. It was simply the most efficient path to that goal, the fastest way to build the resources necessary to guarantee her security. I finally run out of words. I have shared more of myself in the last 5 minutes than I have in the last 5 years of my professional life. The silence that falls is profound. I have laid my entire motivation bare, the soft, vulnerable underbelly of my relentless corporate drive. I don't even understand why I'm doing this, but I just feel like that I should. I brace myself for her judgment, for the dismissal of my choices as a sad compromise. I risk a glance at her. Her expression has been completely wiped clean of antagonism. The witty, combative rival from the library is gone. In her place is a woman looking at me with an expression of such profound, startling empathy that it feels like a physical touch. Her perception of me, the one I have so carefully curated, has been shattered, and in its place blooms a fragile, uncertain new understanding. She puts her mug down on the stone hearth, the ceramic making a soft clinking sound. Her hands, those expressive, constantly moving hands, are still. "Quillen," she says, my first name a soft questioning sound on her lips. She looks at me, her dark eyes shining in the firelight, and the question she asks is not about my company, or my strategy, or our disastrous first attempt at collaboration. It is something far more fundamental. "Why didn't you ever tell me that?"
Chapter 9. Helen. I'm the first one back in the library the next morning. The fire has been rekindled, and the room is filled with the clean, sharp scent of burning birch. The air feels different today, lighter. The memory of last night, the quiet confession, the shared hot chocolate, the startling vulnerability in Quillen's eyes, has completely changed the texture of this place. Yesterday, it was a cage. Today, it feels like a sanctuary. I sit down not in the armchair, but at the heavy oak table. I open my sketchbook to a fresh page and just breathe, letting the quiet settle over me. I'm not angry anymore. The simmering frustration has been replaced instead by a low, steady hum of something else, empathy, and a deep, churning curiosity. I spent so long seeing Quillen as a two-dimensional corporate villain that I never once considered the dimensions I couldn't see. A sister, a reason. He hasn't answered my question last night, leaving it hanging, and it only serves to fuel my curiosity about him. When he arrives a few minutes later, he's holding 2 mugs of coffee. He places one on the table beside my sketchbook, a silent, comfortable echo of last night's truce. He's ditched the suit entirely, now wearing a simple dark gray sweater that makes his eyes look impossibly blue. The change is so disarming, I almost forget to thank him. I did some thinking last night, he says, taking the seat opposite me. He doesn't pull out his tablet. The gesture feels monumental. About your point, the story. I look up at him, surprised. And I concede that a toy's narrative potential is a valid, if difficult to quantify, metric. I can't help the small smile that tugs at my lips. Wow, high praise. It is not a compliment, he says, though the corner of his own mouth quirks slightly. It is a revised strategic assessment. Right? I laugh, a soft, genuine sound. Of course. The awkwardness is still there, but it's a different shape now. It's the gentle, hesitant feeling of navigating a new landscape. We're not rivals anymore. We're not friends. We are 2 people who have seen a glimpse of something real in each other and have no idea what to do with it. Okay, I say, picking up my pencil. The familiar weight of it in my hand is a comfort. New day, new plan. Let's start over. I look down at the blank page, but I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing a little girl with a sensory processing disorder, Lily. I'm thinking about what she would need, what she would love. My pencil starts to move. Okay, we stick with wood, I begin, half thinking, half talking. The scent, the texture, the weight of it. You were right about that. It's grounding. So we start with a set of simple organic building blocks. I sketch the smooth riverstone shapes I'd imagined yesterday. No sharp corners, easy to hold, they feel good in your hands. Quillen is quiet, just watching me, his coffee untouched. But, I continue, the idea starting to spark and take shape. That's just the base, the quiet part. What if the connection is the sensory part? What if the blocks themselves are calm, but the way you put them together is where the magic happens? I start sketching again, faster now, my hand trying to keep up with my brain. Not twigs, something safer, more reliable, but not plastic. I look up at him, a question in my eyes. He seems to understand instantly. There are new bioplastics, he says, his voice losing its corporate stiffness and gaining a quiet energy. Made from cornstarch or sugarcane. They are biodegradable, non-toxic, and can be molded with precision. They can be made in bright, high-contrast colors. They could even be designed with different textures. Yes, the word is a burst of excitement. Exactly. So imagine this. The blocks are all natural, beautiful wood, but they have sockets, and you have a whole set of these connectors. My pencil flies across the page, drawing different shapes. A bright red, bumpy ball that connects 2 blocks. A long, flexible yellow tube. A blue cube with a smooth, concave surface. The connectors are the sensory feedback. They could be different colors, different textures. We could even design them to make a soft, satisfying click when they lock into place. I'm rambling. I know I am. My hands gesturing as I talk, but I can't stop the flood of ideas. It's the best of both worlds, the calm, natural feel of the wood, but with the bright, predictable sensory engagement that a kid like Lily might need. The name is out before I can stop it, and I risk a glance at him. Quillen is leaning forward, his eyes fixed on my sketchbook, and there is a look of intense, focused wonder on his face. He is no longer the VP of marketing. He is a man watching an idea being born. A soft click, he murmurs, almost to himself. That's good. A clear auditory confirmation that the task is complete. It builds confidence. He looks up at me, his eyes bright with a new, shared excitement. And the textures. We could have a smooth set, a bumpy set, a ribbed set. The child could choose their own level of tactile input. And it's still a story, I say, my heart doing a little thump of victory. It's not a one-trick pony. You can build anything, a spaceship, a castle, a weird, lumpy animal. The story is still yours. I finish the main sketch, a beautiful, chaotic structure of calm wooden blocks and bright, playful connectors. It is a perfect fusion. It is his world and my world, crashed together to make something better than either of them could have been alone. It has soul, and it has a clear, intuitive play objective. I look down at it, a fierce, protective pride swelling in my chest. We did it. I look up at Quillen, ready to hear him talk about marketability or target demographics, ready for the corporate drone to reappear. But he's not looking at the sketch anymore. He's looking at me, and the expression on his face stops the air in my lungs. All the walls are down. The corporate armor, the polished control, the strategic assessment. It's all gone. In its place sits a look of pure, unguarded admiration. A slow, genuine smile spreads across his face, transforming his entire expression, making him look years younger and impossibly handsome. It is the most breathtaking thing I have ever seen. Helen, he breathes. My first name a soft, warm sound in the quiet library. He looks back down at the drawing, then back up at me, his smile widening. That's brilliant.
Chapter 10. Quillen. The word wafts in the air, a foreign, unfamiliar thing. Brilliant. I do not use words like brilliant in a professional context. I use effective, efficient, market-aligned. But as I look at the drawing in her sketchbook, at the elegant, impossible fusion of her soul and my strategy, no other word will suffice. It is brilliant. And she, in this moment, is the architect of that brilliance. A warm, unfamiliar sensation spreads through my chest. It is not the satisfaction of a successful negotiation or a positive quarterly report. It is lighter. It is joy. The alien concept from our argument last night. I find myself smiling, a genuine, uncontrolled muscular response that I make no effort to retract. We need materials, Helen says, her voice buzzing with a creative energy that is both infectious and, I am beginning to realize, incredibly attractive. The lodge manager said there's an old workshop in the basement they use for repairs, and a woodshed out back. The day dissolves into a surprisingly pleasant series of manual tasks, a world away from the sterile confines of my office. We are a team. The lodge manager, a kindly man named George, is utterly delighted by our project and gives us free rein of the workshop, a wonderfully chaotic space that smells of sawdust and oil and time. I find myself genuinely enjoying the process. There is a simple, profound satisfaction in physical work, in transforming a raw material into something with purpose. We venture out to the woodshed, the air bitingly cold and filled with the clean, sharp scent of snow. Helen, bundled in a borrowed parka, looks for fallen birch branches, her gloved hands running over the bark with the discerning touch of an expert. She rejects several pieces before finding one with the perfect grain and heft. "This one," she says, her breath fogging in the frigid air. "It has character." I, on the other hand, am tasked with sawing the wood into manageable blocks. My hands, more accustomed to a keyboard than a saw, feel clumsy and foreign. The muscles in my back and shoulders, tight from years of boardroom tension, begin to ache in a new and unfamiliar way. But when I finish the first cut, the saw biting through the pale wood with a clean, satisfying rasp, and I see the perfect, smooth cross-section of the log. I feel a surge of primitive, uncomplicated pride. I made this, with my hands. Helen takes the block from me, her fingers brushing against mine. The contact is brief, incidental, but it sends a jolt through my system, a sudden, unexpected spike of awareness. The air, already cold, seems to crackle with a new kind of energy. I look at her, but she is already focused on the wood, her attention absolute. We spend the afternoon in the workshop. The initial awkwardness of our new dynamic fades into a comfortable, easy rhythm. We do not need to speak much. I sand the rough edges of the wooden blocks, the repetitive motion oddly meditative, while she works on refining the sketches for the connector pieces. I find myself watching her. I have spent my career observing people, analyzing their behavior to predict consumer trends. But this is different. This is not strategic observation. I am simply watching Helen. I watch the way she chews on the end of her pencil when she is concentrating, a small, endearing imperfection. I watch the intense, focused line of her brow as she solves a design problem. I watch her hands. Her hands are mesmerizing. They are not the delicate, manicured hands of the women I usually encounter in my professional life. They are strong, capable, and sure. There is a light dusting of sawdust under her nails and a small, faded scar on her palm. I see the way she runs her fingers over a piece of wood, her touch both a question and a statement, as if she is communicating with the material in a language I do not understand. There is a deep, authentic connection between her and her craft that I find myself envying. She does not need spreadsheets and market research to know if something is good. She can feel it. She looks up and catches me staring. A faint blush rises on her cheeks, the color of a warm sunset against her deep brown skin. I feel my own face heat, an unprofessional, unwelcome sensation. I immediately look down at the block of wood in my hands, my heart beating a little faster than it should. Maintain professional distance, a voice in my head commands. This is a temporary, goal-oriented partnership. But the command feels hollow. The lines are blurring. The professional has become inextricably personal. The rivalry has evaporated, replaced by a grudging respect that is rapidly evolving into something far more dangerous, something I am not equipped to handle. Late in the afternoon, we are working side by side at a large workbench, sanding the final set of blocks. The space is small, and the winter light is beginning to fade outside the dusty basement window. She is humming softly under her breath, a tuneless, happy sound that fills the quiet place between us. We both reach for the same piece of fine grit sandpaper at the same time. Our hands brush. It is more than a brush. Our fingers tangle for a long second, her warm, calloused skin against mine. The jolt from this morning is nothing compared to this. It is a sudden, sharp intake of breath, a complete system reboot. The low hum of the emergency generator in the corner fades away. The scent of sawdust becomes sharp, overwhelming. Every nerve ending in my body is suddenly, acutely aware of her proximity. The warmth radiating from her arm, the subtle, citrusy scent of her skin beneath the smell of wood and oil. I pull my hand back as if I have touched a live wire. "Sorry," I manage to say, my voice sounding rougher than I intended. "No, it's fine," she says, her own voice a little breathless. She does not look at me. She picks up the sandpaper and focuses on her block of wood with an intensity that is entirely too deliberate. The comfortable rhythm is broken. The air is thick now, charged with a new, unspoken tension. We continue to work, but the silence is no longer easy. It is filled with the echo of that single, accidental touch. I am hyper-aware of every small movement she makes, every shift of her body, every quiet breath she takes. This is a critical error. I have allowed a personal element to contaminate a professional project. It is a distraction, a liability, and yet I do not want it to stop. The last of the sunlight disappears from the small window, and the workshop is cast into shadow, the only light coming from a single, bare bulb hanging over the workbench. Helen finally sets down her last finished block. It is perfectly smooth, its edges soft and rounded. "I think that's all of them," she says, her voice quiet. I look around the workshop. We have been working for hours. My stomach gives a low, hollow rumble, and I glance at my watch. It is nearly 7 o'clock. The sun has set. We have worked so intensely, so completely absorbed in our shared creation, that we have missed dinner. We are alone, in this quiet, dusty, intimate space. The professional justification for our proximity has ended for the day, and we are left with this new, humming, unresolved energy crackling between us. The project is on the table, but so is something else, something far more complicated.
Chapter 11. Helen. We emerge from the dusty workshop into the main hall like two triumphant, sawdust-covered miners. The lodge is warm and smells overwhelmingly of roasted garlic and rosemary. My stomach lets out a low, mournful growl, a sound so loud in the quiet hall that Quillen actually laughs. It's a real laugh, not the polite corporate chuckle I've heard before. It's a warm, unguarded sound that makes a corresponding warmth bloom in my own chest. "I take it you're hungry," he says, his eyes crinkling at the corners. I think my stomach is actively trying to digest itself, I admit, brushing a film of sawdust from my jeans. We completely missed dinner. "A tactical oversight," he says, but his tone is light, teasing. "I'm sure we can stage a covert mission to acquire sustenance." And that's how I find myself, 10 minutes later, creeping into a vast, silent stainless steel kitchen with my sworn enemy. It feels utterly surreal. The air is cool and smells of yeast and lingering spices. We move in the dim glow of the oven clock, our socked feet silent on the tile floor. It feels illicit and exciting, like we're kids breaking the rules. I have to bite my lip to keep from laughing out loud and giving us away. Quillen, it turns out, is an incredibly efficient and ruthless hunter of leftovers. He moves with a quiet, strategic purpose, opening the massive walk-in refrigerator and assessing its contents with the same intensity he'd previously reserved for my business plan. "Jackpot," he murmurs, emerging with a tray of roasted chicken, a bowl of what looks like garlic mashed potatoes, and miraculously an entire apple pie. My heart sings. You are a kitchen rating savant, Waylon. It's about identifying assets and executing a swift retrieval, he says. But he's smiling that real smile again, and it does ridiculous fluttery things to my insides. We carry our spoils back to the great hall and set up a makeshift feast on the low table in front of the fireplace. The rest of the lodge is dark and silent. The other contestants have long since retired. It feels like we're the only two people in the world. We eat with our fingers sitting on the floor, the firelight casting a warm, intimate glow around us. The tension from the workshop is still there, but it has softened into something else, a comfortable, humming awareness. The competition, the prize money, the outside world. It all feels a million miles away. We talk as we eat, our voices low. I tell him about my grandfather, about the scent of his workshop and the way he could make a piece of birchwood look like rippling water. I tell him about my fear that I won't be able to keep the business afloat, that I'll fail the legacy he left me. He listens, his gaze steady and serious in the firelight. He doesn't offer solutions or strategic advice. He just listens. Then he tells me about growing up, about the constant pressure of being the one who had to be responsible, the one who had to succeed. He talks about his dream, which isn't about climbing the corporate ladder, but about one day having a small house with a big yard, where Lily can have a garden and a dog and never have to worry about a single thing. You know, he says, his voice quiet as he pushes a stray piece of chicken around his plate. Today, in the workshop, sanding those blocks, he trails off, as if searching for the right words. That's the most fulfilled I've felt in my job in years. His confession lands right in the center of my chest, a warm, heavy weight. It's a validation of everything I've ever fought for. It's him, the king of KPIs and profit margins, admitting that there is a different kind of value in work, a value measured in sawdust and satisfaction, not just dollars and cents. A quiet, profound connection sparks between us, a shared understanding that transcends our professional rivalry. Yeah, I whisper. Me too. We finish the pie in a comfortable silence, the fire crackling and popping, the wind a low moan outside the windows. I'm acutely aware of him, of the space he takes up next to me. I can feel the warmth from his body, can smell the faint, clean scent of his soap, mixed with the wood smoke that clings to his sweater. I notice a small smudge of dirt on his cheek, just below his eye. It's probably been there all afternoon. A tiny, grounding, human imperfection on his otherwise flawless face. My hand seems to move of its own accord. The decision is made somewhere deep in my bones, without any conscious thought at all. I lift my hand, my fingers hesitating for a fraction of a second in the space between us before I reach out and gently touch his cheek. The world narrows to this single point of contact. His skin is warm, a surprising, vibrant heat beneath my fingertips. It's softer than I expected, with the faint, rough texture of late afternoon stubble. He freezes, his breath catching. My thumb moves, wiping away the smudge of dirt. A slow, deliberate motion. The simple, practical gesture feels earth-shatteringly intimate. My fingers linger there on the warmth of his skin, and I can't seem to make them move away. I'm not just touching his face. I'm touching the man who dreams of a garden for his sister, the man who finds satisfaction in sanding a simple block of wood. His gaze is locked on mine, his blue eyes dark and intense in the firelight. The air grows thick, heavy, humming with a question that has absolutely nothing to do with toys. Slowly, his hand comes up. It doesn't push my hand away. It covers it, his fingers lacing through mine, pressing my palm gently, firmly against his cheek. He leans into my touch, a small, almost imperceptible movement that feels like a total surrender. And then his gaze drops. It leaves my eyes and falls, slowly and deliberately, to my lips.
Chapter 12. Quillen. Her hand is against my cheek. My hand is covering hers. This is the entire universe, the complex machinery of my mind, the part that is always running calculations, forecasting outcomes, and assessing risk, simply stops. The endless internal monologue of strategy and pressure, the voice of Abernathy, the weight of my family's future. It all evaporates. The noise ceases. There is no past, no future, no Chicago, no competition. There is only this singular, overwhelming, inefficient point of data. The warmth of her palm against my skin, my thumb moves, a small involuntary motion, stroking the back of her hand. Her skin is so soft. A tremor runs through her, and I feel it as if it is my own. Her fingers are still laced with mine. This is illogical. This is a catastrophic breach of professional protocol. I do not care. I can see the reflection of the flames dancing in her wide, dark eyes. I see the question there, the same one that is suddenly the only variable that matters. Helen, I whisper. The name feels foreign on my tongue. I've only ever called her Calvin. Using her given name feels like a confession, an admission of an intimacy that has, until this exact moment, been entirely unspoken. She doesn't pull away. Her breath hitches. Quillen, she breathes back, and my name in her voice is a beauty. It is not a challenge, not an accusation. It is a soft, questioning acknowledgement. It is permission. My gaze drops to her lips. They are parted slightly, soft and full. They taste of apple pie and hot chocolate. I know this with a certainty that precedes all thought, a piece of information my body possesses before my brain can even process the query. And the need to confirm this data, to test this hypothesis, becomes the single most urgent objective of my life. All other directives are purged from the system. There is only this. Kiss her. I begin to lean in. The movement is infinitesimally slow. A glacier could cross a continent in the time it takes my face to move an inch closer to hers. I'm giving her time. I'm giving her every possible opportunity to retreat, to pull her hand away, to turn her head, to re-establish the boundaries I'm about to obliterate. It is the last piece of rational thought I possess, giving her this choice. Because if she does not choose this as well, the entire enterprise is a failure. Her eyes flutter closed, her breath hitches again, a soft, audible sound in the quiet room. Her fingers tighten in mine. She does not pull away. She meets me halfway. It is the smallest movement, a slight, graceful tilt of her head, a closing of the final inch between us. But it is an answer. It is a confirmation. It is a mutual agreement to abandon all established protocols. Then our lips touch. The initial contact is impossibly soft, tentative. A question. It is the smooth, warm texture of her skin, the barest hint of sweetness. For a single suspended moment, this is all it is. A gentle press, a quiet acknowledgement that feels more significant than any contract I have ever signed. My hand is still holding hers against my cheek, and I can feel the frantic, fluttering pulse in her wrist. Or perhaps it is my own. But the pent-up energy of the last several days, the arguments, the proximity, the shared frustrations, and the startling sudden moments of understanding is a compressed spring, and this soft touch is the release. The kiss deepens. I angle my head, and her lips part for me, a soft, yielding sigh against my mouth. The frustration of the library, the shock of the snowstorm, the quiet triumph of the workshop, the raw vulnerability of our fireside confessions. It is all here. It is in the way my other hand comes up to cup her jaw, my thumb stroking the smooth, strong line of it. It is in the way her free hand finds its way to my shoulder, her fingers gripping the fabric of my sweater, as if to anchor herself. It is a conversation conducted in a language I did not know I spoke. It is desperate and tender all at once. It tastes of her, a unique flavor of passion and creativity, and a warmth that seems to radiate from her very core. It is the most authentic, unfiltered piece of data I have ever encountered. She is real. This is real. I'm so far out of my depth I cannot even see the shore. The carefully constructed world of Quillen Whalen, with its 5-year plans and its risk aversion strategies, has been completely and irrevocably compromised. I have been compromised, and the terrifying, exhilarating truth is that I do not want to go back. Reluctantly, eventually, the need for oxygen becomes a non-negotiable term. We break apart. The sound of our breathing is loud, ragged, filling the sudden space between us. Her lips are flushed and swollen, her eyes dazed and shining. The firelight flickers across her face, and she is the most breathtaking thing I have ever had the privilege of analyzing up close. My hand is still on her jaw, hers is still on my shoulder. We are connected, tangled, a messy, inefficient, wonderful equation with no discernible solution. "Oh," she whispers, a small, shaky puff of air. It is not a word so much as a sound of pure, overwhelmed discovery. My mind scrambles to find a response, to categorize what has just happened. The strategist in me, gasping for air, tries to reassert control. The words that come out are wholly inadequate. That was, I start, my voice rough. An unpredicted outcome? A small, watery laugh escapes her. Her hand on my shoulder trembles slightly. Is that what your focus group would call it? I do not think, I say, my thumb stroking her jawline, my gaze dropping back to her lips, that this is something a focus group could ever quantify. The fragile humor fades, replaced again by the intense, humming gravity of the moment. We just look at each other, breathing heavily. A silent, critical question hangs in the air, more potent and terrifying than any word we could speak. What now?
Chapter 13. Helen. I wake up before the sun, and the first thing I'm aware of is the lingering feel of his mouth on mine. My mind, usually a reliable and orderly place, is a complete disaster zone. It keeps replaying the kiss on a frantic, endless loop, like a snippet of a song I can't get out of my head. The tentative brush of his lips, the way he tasted of apples and coffee and something that was just him, the surprising possessive strength in his hands when he'd held my face. I roll over and bury my face in my pillow, letting out a low, muffled groan. What have I done? I, Helen Calvin, champion of soulful creation and vanquisher of corporate evil, have engaged in a full-blown, fireplace-lit, Hollywood-worthy make-out session with the enemy. The VP of Landfill Fodder, Inc., the walking, talking embodiment of everything I'm supposed to be fighting against. My fingers come up to touch my own lips. They still feel kissed, a little swollen, sensitive. A fizzy, agitated buzz zings under my skin, a confusing cocktail of exhilaration and pure, unadulterated panic. It wasn't just a kiss, it was a conversation, and it had felt, God help me, like coming home. Getting dressed is an ordeal. Nothing feels right. I put on my usual work jeans and a soft flannel shirt, but they feel like a costume. Who is this person who kisses Quillen Whalen? I stare at my reflection in the dim morning light. My hair is a glorious mess of untamed twists. My eyes are wide and shadowed. And my mouth, well, my mouth looks like it has been thoroughly and expertly kissed. I look like a woman who has made a very, very bad or a very, very good decision. I have no idea which it is. Breakfast is torture. I see him the moment I walk into the dining hall. He's sitting alone at a small table, nursing a cup of coffee, looking out the large window at the snow-covered landscape. He's back in one of his crisp, soulless shirts, but he hasn't put on the suit jacket yet. The memory of his rolled-up sleeves and strong forearms from last night is so vivid it makes my stomach do a nervous little flip. He must feel me looking at him, because he turns. Our eyes meet across the room. The entire bustling dining hall seems to vanish. The clatter of cutlery, the low murmur of conversation, the smell of bacon, it all just fades into a dull, distant hum. There is only the sudden, intense jolt of his gaze. For a single charged second, the memory of the kiss hangs between us, a shared, silent secret. I see a flicker of something in his eyes, the same surprise, the same uncertainty I feel churning in my own gut. Then it's gone. His expression smooths over into a carefully neutral mask. I look away, my face burning, and make a beeline for the coffee urn, my heart thumping a ridiculously frantic rhythm against my ribs. I can feel him watching me as I pour my coffee. I'm acutely aware of my own movements, which suddenly feel clumsy and self-conscious. Don't spill it, Helen. Just act normal. As if you didn't just have your world tilted off its axis by Mr. Market Research and Fiscal Responsibility. I load up a plate with food I have no intention of eating and choose a table on the opposite side of the room, my back deliberately to him. But it doesn't work. It's like he has his own gravitational pull. I know exactly where he is, can feel the weight of his presence in the room. This is unsustainable. Back in the workshop, The air is thick with unspoken words. It's a stark contrast to yesterday's easy creative energy. The comfortable silence has been instead replaced by a brittle, humming tension. We're standing on opposite sides of the workbench, our beautiful, half-finished prototype between us, like a child in the middle of a parental custody battle. "So," I say, my voice sounding unnaturally loud, "the connectors. I was thinking we should start carving the molds today." "A sound logistical step," Quillen replies, his voice as carefully neutral as his expression at breakfast. He picks up a block of wood, his long fingers turning it over and over. He won't look at me. We try to work, we really do, but the rhythm is gone. My hands, usually so steady and sure, feel like they belong to someone else. They are clumsy, fumbling. I pick up one of my favorite carving tools, the one my grandfather made for me from an old file. Its wooden handle worn smooth and dark from years of use. It usually feels like an extension of my own arm. Today it feels foreign and dangerous. I'm trying to carve a small, precise socket into one of the birch blocks, but my focus is shot. My mind keeps replaying his words from last night. An unpredicted outcome. Was that all it was to him? A statistical anomaly? A deviation from his projected forecast? I'm hyper-aware of him, of the quiet sound of his breathing, of the way he leans over the workbench, the muscles in his back shifting under his shirt, of the clean, soapy scent that radiates from him. Cutting through the familiar smell of sawdust, the space between us feels both 100 miles wide and a single inch thin. It's an electric, unbearable proximity. He moves to my side of the table to examine one of the finished blocks, and his arm brushes against mine. The contact is brief, accidental, but it's like a lit match to a gasoline-soaked nerve. A jolt, hot and sharp, sparks through me. I flinch, a small involuntary jerk of my hand, and the tool slips. It's not a big cut, a stupid, shallow slice across my index finger, but it's sharp, and it's deep enough. A single perfect ruby red drop of blood wells up, impossibly bright against my skin, before starting to snake its way down my finger. "Damn," I hiss, more from surprise and frustration than actual pain. Everything happens at once. Quillen's head snaps up. His eyes, which have been so carefully avoiding mine all morning, lock onto my hand. The carefully constructed corporate composure. The polished, pragmatic control. It doesn't just crack, it shatters. He moves so fast he's a blur. In a single fluid motion, he's around the table and at my side, his own work completely forgotten. "Helen," my name is a sharp, tight sound, stripped of all artifice. He reaches for my hand, his touch surprisingly gentle as he turns it over to inspect the cut. His corporate mask is gone. In its place, a look of raw, undiluted concern. The blue of his eyes is dark, intense, his brow furrowed in a deep line. His voice is tight with an emotion I can't quite name, an emotion that has no place in a business partnership or a rivalry. It is the voice of a man who is genuinely, terrifyingly worried. "Are you all right?" He inspects my finger, his thumb gently wiping away the blood, his touch sending a completely different kind of jolt through me, one that has little to do with pain.
Chapter 14. Quillen. The sight of her blood is a critical system alert. It is a single, bright red drop against the warm brown of her skin and the pale dust of the birchwood. All the morning's awkward tension, all the unresolved data from last night's kiss, is instantly purged. My mind goes completely, blessedly silent. There is no strategy. There is no analysis. There is only a singular, overriding directive. Fix this. Helen. Her name is a sharp, tight sound, an exhalation of breath I was not aware I was holding. Before she can react, to protest, or to reassure me, I am at her side, I take her hand, my touch as gentle as I can make it, turning her palm upward to assess the damage. The cut is not deep. It is a minor, superficial wound. This objective fact does little to quell the illogical, disproportionate surge of protective urgency that is flooding my system. "It's nothing," she says, trying to pull her hand back. "Just a slip. I'm fine." "You're bleeding," I state, my voice flatter than I intend. I do not release her hand. "Stay here." I find a first aid kit in a dusty cabinet under the workbench. It is an old metal box, and the contents are Spartan, but there are antiseptic wipes and bandages. It is sufficient. I return to her side, my movements efficient and precise. She watches me, her expression a mixture of surprise and something else I cannot quite decipher. The awkwardness from this morning is now a quiet, watchful stillness. "Give me your hand," I say, my voice softer this time. She hesitates for a fraction of a second before extending it to me. I take it, her hand feeling small and delicate in mine. I'm acutely aware of the contrast between my large, clumsy fingers and her strong artist's hands. This is her livelihood, her legacy. The thought is a sharp, unwelcome pang. I open an antiseptic wipe, the sharp, clean scent cutting through the smell of sawdust. This may sting. "I think I can handle it, Waylon," she says, a faint tremor of her old, witty defiance in her voice. But she does not pull away. I clean the small wound with careful, deliberate motions. Her skin is so warm. I can feel the fine, almost invisible tremor in her fingers as I work. The entire world seems to narrow to this single, focused task. The sight of my thumb gently holding her finger steady, the feel of her pulse, a steady rhythmic beat against my palm. And I realize, with a sudden, system-shocking clarity, that this is more intimate than the kiss. The kiss was a conflagration, an explosive release of pent-up energy and unspoken attraction. It was chaos and discovery. This is something else entirely. It is quiet, it is focused, it is an act of care. There is no passion here, no desperation. There is only a simple, profound connection forged in the act of tending to a small hurt. It feels more real, more foundational than the fire of our kiss ever could. I'm not a rival, not a partner, not a lover. In this moment, I am simply the one who is making it better. And the feeling of rightness, of pure, uncomplicated purpose in that role is terrifying. I wrap a small sterile bandage around her finger, my movements slow. My fingers linger, my thumb stroking the back of her hand, a gesture I am not aware of making until I have already made it. I should let go. The task is complete. But I do not. I look up, and my eyes meet hers. The air in the workshop is thick with all the things we have not said since last night. The question of what now is no longer a silent, theoretical problem. It is here, in the space between us, demanding an answer. The strategist in me, the man who abhors uncertainty and unmanaged variables, knows this cannot continue without being defined. My expression is more serious than I intend. "We need to talk about last night." Her breath catches a small, almost inaudible sound. She looks down at our hands, at my thumb still making slow, gentle circles on her skin. "Quillen," she starts, but her voice is uncertain. "No," I say, my voice sounding quiet but firm. I need to do this. I need to categorize this, to understand it. Because this feeling, this Helen variable, is disrupting every system I have in place. I need to... This is not my area of expertise. The admission is a colossal understatement. I can navigate a hostile boardroom. I can deconstruct a marketing campaign down to its core psychological drivers. I can predict quarterly earnings to within a percentage point. But I cannot predict this. I cannot predict my own reaction to the sight of her blood, or the feel of her hand in mine, or the memory of her mouth on mine. I am completely out of my depth with you, Helen, I confess, the words feeling like a surrender. It is the truest statement I have made in years. I have a plan. I have always had a plan. For my career, for my life, for Lily's future. It is a precise, data-driven, 5-year plan. It is logical and efficient, and it has no contingency for this. For you, I finally let go of her hand. The loss of contact a sudden, sharp cold. I run a hand through my hair, a gesture of pure, unadulterated frustration with myself. You are making me question everything, the choices I have made, the path my career is on, the very definition of success I have built my entire life around. It is inefficient, it is illogical, and I do not know what to do with it. I have laid all my cards on the table. It is a raw, unprofessional, and strategically idiotic move. I have just handed my primary competitor a complete schematic of my own internal chaos. I wait for her response, bracing myself for confusion, for pity, for a well-deserved retreat. She does not give me any of them. She looks at me, her gaze steady and impossibly clear. There is a new strength in her expression, a quiet, confident understanding that unnerves and captivates me in equal measure. Her newly bandaged finger is a small, white flag of truce between us. Her voice, when she speaks, is soft but sure, a calm, steady anchor in the storm of my own uncertainty. Good, she says. Maybe you should be.
Chapter 15. Helen. His confession hangs, raw and startlingly honest. My response? Good. Maybe you should be. Feels like I've just thrown a pebble into a deep, still lake, and now we're both watching the ripples spread out, changing everything. He stares at me for a long moment, his blue eyes searching my face. The guarded corporate mask is gone, now replaced by profound, weary vulnerability. And in that moment, I don't see a rival. I see a man who has been carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders, and who has just, for the first time, considered the possibility of setting it down. A slow, almost imperceptible nod is his only reply. He breaks our gaze, looking down at my bandaged finger, still resting in his hand. He gives my hand a gentle final squeeze before releasing it. The gesture is an ending, but it's also a beginning. A line has been crossed, a truth has been told. The awkward, brittle tension of the morning has been lanced, and what's left is a quiet, clean space. Without another word, we turn back to the workbench, and everything is different. The air, which had been thick with unspoken words and skittish energy, is now clear. The silence that settles over us is no longer a weapon or a shield. It is a comfortable, shared space. It is the easy quiet of two people who are finally, truly on the same team. My hands, which had felt so clumsy and foreign just minutes ago, are steady again. The carving tool feels like an extension of my arm once more. My focus returns, sharper and brighter than before, fueled by a new, powerful sense of purpose. We are not just building a toy anymore. We are building a bridge between our two worlds. We work, and it is like a dance. I pick up a block that needs a socket carved, and Quillen is there, his hand steadying the piece on the workbench without my having to ask. His proximity is no longer a jarring distraction. It's a quiet, grounding presence. I can feel the warmth of his body next to mine, a steady, reassuring heat that seems to fuel my own energy. I was thinking the red connectors should have a bumpy texture, he says, voice a low murmur near my ear. He's sketching on a scrap piece of paper, his lines surprisingly clean and confident. Like a raspberry, a distinct positive tactile feedback. And the blue ones should be smooth, I add, not missing a beat as I clean the edges of the socket. concave, like a worry stone. So you have both stimulating and soothing options. Exactly, he says, and the single word is filled with a shared, exhilarating excitement. There is no more talk of KPIs or target demographics. We talk about how a toy feels in a child's hands. We talk about the satisfying click a connector should make. We talk about the joy of discovery. He uses my language and I use his, and somewhere in the middle, we create a new one that is entirely our own. Our movements become a seamless, unspoken choreography. I reach for the sandpaper, and his hand is already there, offering me the right grit. He puzzles over the best way to weight one of the larger blocks for balance, and I show him a simple ancient woodworker's trick my grandfather taught me, hollowing out a small section and filling it with weighted pellets. He looks at me with a look of such genuine, impressed surprise that it makes a warm, happy spark ignite in my chest. Our hands brush, our shoulders bump, our bodies are in constant, close proximity, leaning over the same plans, reaching for the same tools. But the contact is no longer a source of frantic, electric jolts. It is a quiet, steady hum of awareness. It is the pleasant, simmering heat of a connection that is no longer being denied. It is the simple, profound comfort of working alongside someone who just gets it. Who gets me? The hours melt away. The fading afternoon light gives way to the warm, focused glow of the single bulb hanging over our workbench. The rest of the lodge, the rest of the world, ceases to exist. There is only this small, sawdust-scented bubble of creation. Finally, we have all the pieces. The smooth, beautiful birch blocks, each one sanded to a soft, buttery finish. The brightly colored, textured connectors, freshly molded from a quick-setting, non-toxic clay we found in the workshop's art supplies, a temporary substitute for the bioplastic we've designed. Okay, I say, sounding a little breathless. The last piece. Quillen picks up the final connector, a sunny yellow piece shaped like a star. He holds it out to me. I take it, our fingers brushing for a long, warm moment. I look at the final wooden block, the one with the last empty socket. It feels momentous, like setting the final stone in an archway. I press the star-shaped connector into the socket. It slides into place with a soft, deeply satisfying click. It is done. We both stand back, our heads tilted at the same angle, and look at our creation. It is a thing of chaotic, joyful beauty, a whimsical, Seuss-like structure of warm, natural wood and bright, playful colors. It is everything I dreamed of, and everything he knew it needed to be. It is a perfect blend of my artistry and his insight. It has soul, and it has a purpose. It is a story waiting to be told. A fierce, powerful wave of pride and affection washes over me for this beautiful, ridiculous thing we have made, and for the man standing beside me who helped me make it. I look at him, a wide, happy smile spreading across my face, ready to celebrate. But he is already looking at me, and the expression in his eyes stops my breath. There is no talk of the competition, no thought of the judges or the prize. There is only a look of profound, undisguised admiration. It is the same look he had in the library when I first sketched the idea, but it is deeper now, richer, colored by the shared hours of work and the easy intimacy we have found. It is a look that says, "We did this." He is smiling, a soft, genuine smile that is just for me. The single overhead light catches the gold in his hair and the startling clear blue of his eyes. The whole world shrinks to this single perfect moment, suspended in the scent of sawdust and the warm glow of the light. He reaches out, not to touch the prototype, but to gently tuck a stray sawdust-covered twist of my hair behind my ear. His fingers are warm against my skin, and his touch is a quiet, profound statement. He murmurs my name, but it is not my first name. It is the name he used when we were rivals, the name he used when we were strangers, but it sounds completely different now. We make a good team, Calvin. And the way he says it, the soft, low timbre of his voice, the look of open, honest admiration in his eyes, has absolutely nothing to do with the competition.
Chapter 16. Quillen. We make a good team, Calvin. The name, her surname, feels antiquated on my tongue the moment I say it. It is a relic of a previous era, a version of our relationship that is now definitively extinct. She does not seem to mind. She just smiles, a slow, brilliant unfolding that makes the warm, flickering light of the workshop seem dim by comparison. George, the lodge manager, insists on rewarding our hard work. He meets us as we emerge from the basement, two sawdust-covered victors, and presses a bottle of red wine into my hands. "From the owner's private cellar," he says with a conspiratorial wink. "You two earned it. Never seen anyone work that hard." And so we find ourselves, for the third time, in front of the main hall's massive fireplace. But the context of this space has shifted so completely, it may as well be a different room. It is no longer a neutral zone for a truce, nor is it a precipice of unbearable tension. Tonight, it is a private space for a quiet celebration. Helen has washed the sawdust from her face and hands and has changed into a soft dark green sweater that makes her skin look like warm, polished mahogany in the firelight. We sit on the thick rug, the finished prototype resting on the hearth like a trophy, and share the bottle of wine, drinking straight from two mismatched coffee mugs. The conversation is easy, effortless. We talk about the toy, laughing about our disastrous first attempt at brainstorming. "I cannot believe you seriously proposed making a toy out of pine cones," I say, the memory now amusing rather than alarming. "And I can't believe you wanted to discuss the user's journey," she retorts, her eyes sparkling over the rim of her mug. Like some poor 5-year-old is on a hero's quest to find the battery compartment. I laugh, a real uncalculated sound that feels surprisingly good. It is standard industry terminology. "It's ridiculous terminology," she says, her smile softening. "But I get it now, a little bit anyway." Her admission is a quiet gift. The space between us hums not with tension, but with a deep, powerful undercurrent of attraction. It is a tangible thing, a low, steady thrum in the air. I am acutely aware of everything about her. The way a stray twist of her hair has escaped and curls against her temple. The small white bandage on her index finger. The way she tucks her feet up under her as she sits. A picture of comfortable, unstudied grace. My 5-year plan did not have a contingency for this. It did not have a contingency for a brilliant, passionate, infuriatingly captivating woodworker who smells of sawdust and citrus, and who makes me feel more myself than I have in a decade. I look at her, and the carefully constructed edifice of my life's ambition feels like a house of cards. The relentless drive for security, the endless meetings, the pressure from Abernathy. It all seems hollow, a faded black and white photograph, compared to the vibrant, full-color reality of this woman, here, now, in the warm glow of the fire. What is the point of a secure future if she is not in it? The thought is not a strategic calculation. It is a simple, undeniable truth that lands in the center of my being, like a tectonic shift. I have been chasing a goal, a secure life for my sister, but I have been ignoring the most crucial variable, my own happiness. Helen is that variable. She's the unexpected data point that changes the outcome of the entire equation. I watch as she takes a sip of wine, her gaze on the flames. The firelight catches in the rich, dark coils of her hair, creating a halo of warm light around her head. And I know, with a certainty that transcends all logic and planning, that I cannot go back to my room alone tonight. The knowledge is not a question. It's a statement of fact. To walk away from this moment, from the powerful, undeniable connection that is humming between us, would be the greatest strategic failure of my life. It would be an act of profound cowardice. I've spent my entire adult life making the responsible, logical choice. For once, I'm going to make the choice that I want. The decision is made. The internal debate, for the very first time in my memory, is non-existent. There is only a quiet, resolute clarity. I slowly, deliberately, place my coffee mug of wine down on the stone hearth. The soft clink of the ceramic is the only sound in the room. It is a punctuation mark, the end of one sentence and the beginning of another. Helen turns her head, her questioning gaze meeting mine. The easy conversational smile on her lips falters, replaced by a look of watchful, breathless anticipation. She knows the mood has shifted. She can feel it too. I do not look away. I hold her gaze, letting her see the truth of my intention in my eyes. There will be no misinterpretation, no ambiguity. I turn my body to face her fully. My room, I say, voice a low, steady thing in the quiet hall. Or yours? The question hangs in the air, direct and honest. It is the boldest, riskiest, and most necessary move I have ever made. Helen's gaze does not waver. She searches my face for a long moment, and I let her. I have nothing to hide. For the first time, all my walls are down. A slow, beautiful smile lights up her face. It is a smile of understanding, of acceptance, of a shared and undeniable want. It is the most gorgeous thing I have ever seen. She puts her own mug down beside mine. Mine.
Chapter 17. Helen. Mine. The single word hangs in the air, a promise and a dare. The walk from the great hall to my room is the longest 100 feet of my life. It's a silent, charged journey through the sleeping lodge. We don't touch, but the air between us is a live wire, crackling with a tension so thick I can taste it, a sharp, metallic tang of anticipation. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind against the windows seems to amplify the frantic, heavy beat of my own heart. He walks just behind me, and I can feel the heat of his body, the weight of his gaze on my back. I am acutely aware that I am leading my sworn enemy to my bed. And I have never been more certain of anything in my life. The moment my key clicks in the lock, the moment the heavy wooden door swings shut behind us, he is on me. 1 second he's outside the room, the next he's caging me against the door, his body a wall of solid, desperate heat. His mouth crashes down on mine, and it's not a kiss, it's a claiming. It's urgent and hungry, a raw, explosive release of every single thing that has simmered between us since Chicago. All the frustration, all the anger, all the grudging respect and the slow, unwilling burn of attraction. It's all here, in the frantic, desperate pressure of his lips. I meet his hunger with my own, my hands coming up to fist in his sweater, pulling him closer, even though there's no space left between us. I am devouring him, learning the shape and taste of him with a starved urgency. His mouth is a delicious battleground, our teeth clashing, our tongues tangling in a slick, hot war. It's a collision of two worlds, the woodworker and the corporate shark, and in this small, dark room, we are finally speaking the same language. He breaks the kiss only to trail his mouth down my neck, his lips hot against my skin. "Damn, Helen," he groans, the sound a rough vibration against my pulse point. "Do you have any idea?" My head falls back against the door, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. My hands are active, exploring, learning. They run over the hard planes of his back, the surprising strength in his shoulders. All that marketing, I pant, a wicked, breathless thought escaping me. Does it make you this good with your mouth? He chuckles, A low, dark sound against my throat that sends a shiver straight to my core. He pulls back enough to look at me, his blue eyes burning with a heat that could melt steel. All that woodworking, he counters, his voice a low, gravelly purr. Does it make you this good with your hands? Before I can answer, he's kissing me again, deeper this time. A slow, deliberate plunder that makes my knees weak. He walks me backward toward the bed, never breaking contact. We stumble, a clumsy, laughing, tangled mess of limbs and desire, and fall onto the thick quilt. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. We lie tangled in the sheets, catching our breath, the scent of sex and sweat, and him a thick, intoxicating cloud in the air. My body is a spent, humming, exquisitely sensitive thing. He's holding me, his arm a heavy, possessive weight around my waist. His breathing a slow, steady rhythm against my back. And as I lie there, in the quiet, intimate aftermath, a single, terrifying, undeniable thought lands in the center of my being with the gravity of absolute truth. I am falling for my sworn enemy. Damn.
Chapter 18. Quillen. I can't sleep, and instead, I lie perfectly still in the quiet darkness of Helen's room, a territory so far outside the parameters of my life plan that my internal GPS has simply given up. She is asleep. Her body is a warm, solid weight curled against my side, her head resting in the hollow of my shoulder. One of her hands is splayed across my chest, her fingers lax in sleep. The slow, steady rhythm of her breathing is the only sound in the room, a gentle, hypnotic counterpoint to the frantic, silent rewriting of my entire operating system. I have not felt a sense of peace this profound in my entire adult life. It is a complete system shutdown of the usual anxieties. There is no internal monologue running risk-reward scenarios. There is no mental review of tomorrow's strategic objectives. The constant, low-grade hum of pressure from Abernathy, from my responsibilities, from myself, has ceased. It has been replaced by this. The simple, non-quantifiable data point of Helen, asleep and safe in my arms. The scent of her skin, a warm, clean mix of citrus and something that is just her, has overwritten every other sensory input. This, my logical mind tries to assert, is a post-coital hormonal response, a predictable release of oxytocin designed to foster bonding. It is a biological imperative. My logical mind can go to hell. This is not biology. This is a fundamental restructuring. Slowly, carefully, I shift my weight, propping myself up on one elbow so I can look at her. The moonlight filtering through the gap in the curtains is just enough to illuminate her face. Her features are soft in sleep, all the fiery, passionate intensity smoothed away, leaving only a quiet, breathtaking beauty. The intricate twists of her hair are a dark, chaotic halo on the white pillow. I watch her, my mind cataloging the details with a new kind of focus, one that has very little to do with market research. I am not analyzing a consumer. I am memorizing a person. I memorize the elegant, high curve of her cheekbone, the small, determined set of her jaw, evident even in sleep. The way her eyelashes, long and thick, cast faint shadows on her skin. My gaze travels to her hand, still resting on my chest. Her nails are short, practical. There is still a faint trace of wood dust under the edge of one, and on her palm, just below her thumb, is a small, silvery scar, a pale crescent in the rich, deep brown of her skin. I reach out, my own hand clumsy and foreign, and trace the scar with the tip of my finger. It is a map of her life, a testament to her work, a mark of authenticity. It is a detail that would be filtered out of any marketing campaign, an imperfection that would be airbrushed away. And it is, I realize with a jolt, that really has nothing to do with sex, the most beautiful thing about her. It is a mark of a life lived, of things made, of a passion that is not just a brand strategy, but is etched into her very skin. And that is when the twin alarms of panic and elation begin to sound, a deafening, dissonant klaxon in the quiet of my mind. This was not part of the plan. The plan is a meticulously crafted document. It resides in a password-protected file on my laptop. It has flowcharts. It has 5-year, 10-year, and 15-year benchmarks. It has projected earnings, investment strategies, and a clear, linear path to a senior executive position at Megatoy Corp by the time I am 35. It is a fortress of logic and control I have been building since I was a teenager, designed to protect me, and more importantly, Lily, from the chaotic uncertainties of the world. Helen Calvin is not in the plan. She is not a footnote. She is not a subclause. She is a wrecking ball. She is a vibrant, unpredictable, glorious hurricane that has just torn through the foundations of my fortress and is now asleep in the rubble, breathing softly against my collarbone. The elation is a strange, buoyant feeling in my chest, a lightness. It is the exhilarating, terrifying freedom of a system that has been completely wiped clean. The thought of my 5-year plan, which just yesterday was the central, guiding document of my existence, now feels empty, gray, a series of hollow, meaningless objectives. What is a promotion in a world where I can spend an afternoon in a dusty workshop with her, building something real? What is a stock option in a world where I can know the taste of her mouth, the sound of her laughter? The panic is a cold, sharp counterpoint. This is an unscheduled, unapproved deviation. It has no predictable outcome. I have introduced the single most volatile, high-risk variable into a carefully controlled system, and the potential for catastrophic failure is absolute. She stirs in her sleep, a soft, murmuring sound, and snuggles closer, her arm tightening around my waist. She fits against me as if she were a custom-designed component, engineered to be the missing piece of my own assembly. The panic recedes, replaced by a wave of something so fierce and protective, it steals my breath. My meticulously constructed 5-year plan for my career now feels utterly, completely empty without her in it. The realization is not a gradual dawning. It is a sudden, brutal, and exhilarating fact. It renders my entire life's work obsolete. I am an expert in marketing, in selling a narrative, and I have just realized that I have been selling myself a lie. Success is not a title or a bank balance. It is this, the quiet, profound peace of holding this woman in my arms. The need to define this, to categorize it, is overwhelming. I need to tell her. I need to convert this raw, chaotic, emotional data into a clear, concise statement of intent. I need to know if the results of this experiment are repeatable. I need to know if she feels it too. I will tell her. In the morning, I will explain. I will articulate the shift in my strategic priorities. I will communicate the revised objectives. But as I look down at her sleeping face, at the peaceful, trusting vulnerability there, the fear returns. A cold, logical counter-argument. What if this was just a fling, a product of proximity and a snowstorm? a temporary situational alliance. My declaration could be a fatal miscalculation. It could shatter the fragile, beautiful truce we have built. It could send her retreating back behind her own walls. And the thought of losing this fragile, brilliant, unquantifiable thing we have found in the wreckage of our rivalry, it is an unacceptable risk. I lie back down, pulling her closer, my arm a protective barrier around her. I am caught between two irreconcilable directives, the urgent need to know and the terrifying fear of finding out. I have no idea what the next move should be. My anchor, my plan, is gone, and I am adrift in the dark on a terrifying and exhilarating new sea.
Chapter 19. Helen. I wake to the unfamiliar, comforting weight of an arm slung possessively over my waist. For a blissful, groggy moment, I have no idea where I am. The room smells not of linseed oil and sawdust, but of him. A warm, clean, masculine scent of soap and sleep and sex. Quillen. The memories of last night rush in, a hot, dizzying wave. The frantic, desperate kisses. The surprising, tender way he'd held me afterward. The quiet, profound peace of falling asleep, tangled up with my sworn enemy. A slow, happy smile spreads across my face, and I snuggle deeper into the warmth of his embrace. My body is a delightful humming ache. Every muscle feels well used, exquisitely tender. I feel happy, genuinely, terrifyingly, deliriously happy. Morning, he murmurs, his voice becoming a low, sleepy rumble against my hair. His arm tightens around me, pulling me flush against the hard, warm wall of his chest. Morning, I whisper back, my voice thick with sleep. I tilt my head back to look at him. In the soft gray light of dawn, his face is relaxed, all the sharp corporate edges smoothed away. He looks younger, softer. He looks peaceful. He leans down and kisses me, a slow, deep, lazy morning kiss that tastes of him and promises more. It's not the frantic, hungry kiss of last night. It's a kiss of quiet, established intimacy. A kiss that says, "This is us now." We should probably, I start, my voice trailing off as his hand begins a slow, delicious exploration of the curve of my hip. Get back to work, he finishes for me, though his tone lacks any real conviction. He punctuates the sentence by pressing a soft kiss to my shoulder. The presentation is at noon, I remind him, and myself. A small, giddy bubble of excitement fizzes in my chest. Our prototype. Our brilliant, beautiful, impossible creation. We're going to win this thing. Together. An unfortunate logistical reality, he murmurs against my skin, and I laugh. Reluctantly, we untangle ourselves from the warm cocoon of the bed. We move around the small room in a comfortable domestic dance, getting dressed, sharing the small bathroom. It's easy, frighteningly easy. I watch him in the mirror as he splashes water on his face, and my heart does a stupid, traitorous little flip. The man I despised less than 48 hours ago is standing in my bathroom in his trousers and an undershirt, and the sight feels more right than anything has in a very long time. We head down to the workshop, our hands brushing as we walk through the silent lodge. We're buzzing with a shared, hopeful energy. We just need to do a final assembly, make sure all the pieces fit perfectly, and then we'll be ready. The workshop is just as we left it, cool and quiet and smelling of sawdust. The single overhead light casts a familiar, focused glow on our workbench. Okay, I say, rubbing my hands together in anticipation. Let's build our masterpiece one last time. We walk toward the workbench where we'd left the prototype proudly assembled last night. And we stop. The world tilts on its axis. The happy, hopeful bubble in my chest doesn't just pop. It shatters into a million icy shards. It's on the floor. Our prototype, Our beautiful, chaotic, joyful creation is not on the workbench. It is in 100 pieces on the dusty concrete floor. The smooth birch blocks are scattered, the bright, colorful connectors looking like broken bits of candy. In the midst of the wreckage lies the star-shaped piece, the final one we'd placed together, snapped cleanly in two. It is a scene of total, absolute devastation. My mind refuses to process what I am seeing. It is a glitch, a bad dream. I just need to blink, and it will be whole again, standing proudly on the table. But I blink, and the wreckage is still there. Next to it, lying on its side, is a heavy-duty cleaning cart, the kind the lodge staff uses. A gray mop bucket is overturned, a puddle of murky water slowly spreading toward the broken pieces of our dream. An accident. It was an accident. The thought is a small, rational lifeboat in a sea of rising panic. A cleaner must have come in this morning, knocked it over by mistake. But then my sleep-clouded, shock-addled brain latches on to another possibility. A darker one. An explanation that fits the narrative I have carried for so long. The narrative of him. The ruthless corporate shark. The man whose boss told him that second place was not an option. Sabotage. The word is a cold, venomous snake, uncoiling in my gut. My blood runs cold. The warmth of the morning, the memory of his arms around me, the taste of his kiss. It all evaporates, replaced by an Arctic sickening chill. It is a ruthless, brilliant, winning tactic. What better way to guarantee a win for Megatoy Corp than to eliminate the competition from the inside? To gain my trust, to help me create the best thing I've ever designed, only to destroy it at the last possible second, leaving me with nothing? It all makes a horrible, perfect kind of sense. The fragile, beautiful trust we have built over the last few days. The trust I had so foolishly, so completely given him. It was all a lie, a means to an end. I feel a tremor start in my hands, a low, furious shaking. My breath is a thin, tight thing in my chest. I can't look at the broken toy anymore. It is a physical manifestation of my own shattered hope. Slowly, I turn my head and look at him. Quillen is staring at the wreckage. His face a pale, unreadable mask of shock. But is it shock? Or is it the cool, calculated expression of a man admiring his own handiwork? My heart, the one that had been so full and happy just moments ago, is a shriveled, aching thing in my chest. All the old wounds, all the deep-seated biases, all the reasons I had hated him in the first place come rushing back, a tidal wave of betrayal that drowns out everything else. My voice, when I speak, is a raw, trembling whisper I barely recognize as my own. Did you do this? I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 20. Quillen. Did you do this? Her voice is a whisper. The 3 words are quiet, trembling, and they detonate the hopeful, happy silence of the morning with the violent force of a bomb. For a moment, all systems cease to function. I stare at her, the question echoing in the sudden, ringing void in my head. I process the words, the syntax, the directness of the accusation. The data is clear, but it does not compute. It is a logic error of such catastrophic magnitude that my entire operating system freezes. The scene in front of me, the shattered pieces of our creation, the overturned cleaning cart, blurs into a meaningless collection of shapes and colors. My focus is entirely on her, on the expression on her face. The fragile, beautiful trust we had built over the last few days, the trust I had so foolishly, so completely allowed myself to feel, is gone. In its place is a look of cold, unwavering suspicion. She is not looking at the man who held her last night. She is looking at the vice president of marketing for Megatoy Corp. She is looking at a villain. A sensation I cannot immediately categorize spreads through my chest. It is a sharp, tearing feeling, a structural failure in a place I had not known was vulnerable. It is, I realize with distant, clinical horror, the feeling of being hurt. And then, as my system reboots, as the firewalls slam back into place, that feeling is instantly overwritten by a cold, clarifying, protective wave of anger. How dare she? How dare she? After last night, after our conversations, after the confessions I laid bare for her in the night, believe I am capable of this. The betrayal is so profound, absolute, that it steals the air from my lungs. You cannot be serious, I say, voice a deep, dangerous thing I barely recognize. The presentation is in a few hours, she continues, her voice gaining a thin, brittle strength. She is building a case against me, laying out the evidence. Your boss told you second place isn't an option. What better way to win than to make sure your only real competition has nothing to present? She truly believes it. After everything, she has defaulted to the worst possible assumption about me. She has erased every moment of progress, every shared smile, every vulnerable admission, and has replaced it with the simple, ugly narrative she started with. I am the man who cares only about winning. The realization is a bitter, acidic thing in my throat. My own insecurities, the ones I keep locked away behind a fortress of ambition and control, flare up with a vengeance. The deep-seated fear that people only see the suit, the title, the ruthless strategist. That no one sees the man driven by a desperate need to protect his family. She saw him. I thought she saw him. I was wrong. Yes, Helen, I sneer, the sound sharp and cruel in the quiet workshop. I take a step toward her, my hands clenching into fists at my sides. You have uncovered my brilliant, dastardly plan. I seduced you. I collaborated with you. I helped you create the best work of your career, all as an elaborate prelude to knocking it off a table. It is a masterful stroke of corporate espionage. Congratulations. The sarcasm is a weapon, a shield. But it does not hide the raw, bleeding wound of her accusation. Don't, she whispers, flinching as if I had struck her. Don't you dare pretend. Pretend? I cut her off, my voice rising. I am not the one pretending, you are. You are the one who has been pretending to see me as a partner, as a person. But the second something goes wrong, you revert to type. It is so much easier to believe I am a monster, is it not? So much easier than admitting that maybe, just maybe, something real was happening here. My hand goes to my watch, a desperate, instinctual grab for an anchor in this maelstrom of emotion. My fingers find the cold, familiar metal. Control. I need to regain control. Or perhaps, I continue, my voice dropping to a low, cutting tone as a new, ugly thought takes root. This is exactly what you wanted. What? Her voice is a choked, disbelieving sound. This, I gesture wildly at the wreckage on the floor. Failure. Is this not the ultimate validation of your entire worldview? The beautiful, soulful thing destroyed by the cold, hard realities of the world. It is a perfect little tragedy. It proves your artistic point, does it not? The true art cannot survive in a commercial world. Maybe you could not stand the thought of us actually succeeding, of your precious, soulful creations actually being marketable. Maybe you subconsciously wanted it to fail. It is a monstrous, unforgivable thing to say. I am taking her greatest passion and twisting it into a weapon to use against her. I know it, even as the words leave my mouth. But the hurt is so deep, so raw, that I cannot stop myself. I need to hurt her back. Tears are streaming down her face now, silent and devastating. Her expression is one of pure, shattered heartbreak. You're a bastard, she chokes out. And you're a naive idealist who is so determined to be a martyr for your craft that you cannot accept a victory when it is handed to you. I shout, the sound echoing in the small, crowded space. The progress we made is not just undone. It has been vaporized, as if it never existed. We are back in Chicago on that stage, two enemies throwing their worst assumptions at each other. But it is 1,000 times worse, because now the wounds are not professional. They are deeply, intimately personal. Get away from me, she says, a voice thick with tears. But her gaze is hard, her jaw set. It is not a request. It is a command, a dismissal. The words land, a final fatal blow. There is nothing more to say. There is no strategy to deploy, no negotiation to be had. The entire enterprise is a catastrophic, unrecoverable failure. I look at her one last time, at her small, trembling frame standing amidst the broken pieces of our shared dream. The woman I had held in my arms all night has disappeared, replaced by a stranger who looks at me with pure, unadulterated hatred. My pride, cold and sharp, is all I have left. I turn, my back straight, my movements stiff and robotic. I walk toward the door. I do not look back. Every step is an act of will, taking me further away from the smoking crater of what we had built. I walk out of the workshop, leaving Helen alone with our broken creation. The rift is no longer a simple disagreement or a professional rivalry. It is a silent, gaping chasm, and I really have no idea if it can ever be crossed.
Chapter 21. Helen. I don't know where I'm going. I just run. My bare feet are silent on the thick runners of the hallway, my breath a series of short, ragged sobs. I can't go back to my room, which still smells of him, of us. I can't stay in the main hall, where the fire is a warm, cheerful lie. I finally find myself in a small, glass-walled sunroom at the back of the lodge. It's cold in here, the air smelling of dormant potting soil and chilled glass, but it's blessedly empty. I sink onto a wicker chaise lounge, the cushions cold and stiff, and wrap my arms around myself, trying to hold together the pieces of my own shattered heart. The fight replays in my head on a vicious, unending loop, the cold, sarcastic cruelty in his voice, the monstrous, unforgivable things he said. Maybe you subconsciously wanted it to fail. The words are a fresh, twisting knife in my gut. He took my passion, the very core of who I am, and used it to wound me. And it proves I was right all along. The man I held last night, the man who confessed his fears by the fire, the man who tended to my cut finger with such surprising gentleness, he was the illusion. A carefully constructed persona, a strategic maneuver. The real Quillen Whalen is the man who just walked out of that workshop, the man who would destroy something beautiful for the sake of winning. The betrayal is a bitter, metallic taste in my mouth. I feel sick with it. Sick and stupid. So stupid for ever believing he could be anything else. I stare out at the snow, a thick, white, indifferent blanket covering the world. The fury is a hot protective shell around the raw, bleeding core of my hurt. It's easier to be angry. Anger is a shield. If I let the anger go, the pain will be unbearable. But even through the white-hot haze of my rage, a small, treacherous sliver of doubt begins to work its way in. It's the memory of his face in the first second after we saw the wreckage. Before the anger, before the cruelty. That initial, unguarded expression. It wasn't the cool satisfaction of a successful saboteur. It was shock. Pure, unadulterated, gut-wrenching shock. The same shock I felt. The same horror. No. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying to banish the image. It's a trick. He's a marketer. He sells narratives for a living. Of course he can fake an expression. But his words echo back to me, twisted and ugly. You are the one who has been pretending to see me as a partner. As a person. Had I been? Had I ever truly let go of my initial bias against him? Or had I just been waiting for him to prove me right? A low murmur of voices from the hallway outside the sunroom pulls me from my miserable circular thoughts. I just feel so awful, Mr. Henderson. Just terrible. The voice is young, female, and thick with unshed tears. Now, Maria. It was an accident. A deeper, familiar voice replies. It's George, the kind lodge manager. I sit up, my own self-pity momentarily forgotten. I creep to the door of the sunroom, which is open just a crack, and peer out. A young woman in a staff uniform is standing with George, wringing a cleaning rag in her hands. She looks like she's barely 20. It was so early, she says, her voice wobbling. I was just trying to be efficient, get the basement level done before the guests were up. The wheel must have caught on the edge of the rug. I didn't even see the toy on the workbench until it was too late. It all happened so fast. She lets out a small sob. It was so beautiful, too. All that lovely wood and the bright, colorful pieces. I broke it. I feel like I broke something magical. The world stops. It does not tilt. It does not spin. It simply ceases all motion. The air leaves my lungs in a silent, painful rush. My hands, which have been clenched into tight fists, go numb at my sides. It was an accident. A clumsy, stupid, terrible, mundane accident. The words, the simple, undeniable truth of them, hit me with a force that is staggering. My rage, my certainty, my entire elaborate, self-protective narrative of his betrayal. It all dissolves in an instant, leaving me utterly exposed. The hot protective shell of my anger vanishes, and the pain underneath is a cold, crushing, unbearable weight. He didn't do it. He was telling the truth. That initial look on his face wasn't an act. It was real. The shock was real. The hurt was real. And my accusation, the first ugly, venomous thought that had leaped from my mind, it was baseless. It was a product of my own deepest, most cynical biases. I didn't even give him a chance. I didn't ask. I accused. I looked at the man who had shared his bed, his story, his soul with me, and I called him a monster. And then I had to listen while he threw my own worst insecurities back in my face because I had thrown his at him first. The memory of the things I said, the things he said, the sheer destructive ugliness of our fight makes a fresh wave of nausea roll through me. The reality of what I have done is a sudden, suffocating weight. The shame is so profound, so complete, it feels like I am drowning in it. I have taken the most fragile, beautiful thing, this nascent, impossible connection we had built together, and I have smashed it to pieces on the floor, right alongside our prototype. I have to find him. The thought is a single, desperate, clarifying imperative, I have to find him, and I have to apologize. But as I stand there, frozen in the cold sunroom, a new, even more terrifying realization dawns. An apology might not be enough. The wound I inflicted was not shallow. It was a direct, fatal blow to the heart of the fragile trust we had built. He will never forgive me. How can he? I looked at the very best of him, and I chose to see the very worst, the chasm between us. The one he walked away from an hour ago suddenly seems 1,000 miles wide, and I don't know if I have the strength or the right to even try to cross it.
Chapter 22. Quillen. My room is a sterile, impersonal box. Beige walls, generic hotel art, a bed with offensively crisp corners. It is a space designed for transient occupation, devoid of personality or warmth. It is, I realize, a perfect reflection of my own internal landscape. I am pacing. 3 steps to the window. Turn. 3 steps to the door. The motion is a pointless, inefficient expenditure of energy, but it is the only thing keeping the competing systems in my head from crashing completely. One system is running on pure, cold fury. It analyzes Helen's accusation as a catastrophic betrayal, a fatal flaw in her character that confirms all my initial negative assessments. It advises a complete and immediate termination of the partnership, a strategic withdrawal to mitigate further emotional and professional damage. It is a logical, rational, and entirely self-destructive course of action. The other system is consumed by a deeper, more chaotic process. It replays the look on her face as I threw her own passion back at her like an insult. It catalogues the devastation in her eyes, the way her voice had choked on my name. This system is running on a data set I cannot quantify, a raw, aching input that feels suspiciously like regret. It is illogical and inefficient, and it is winning. The anger is a shield. I know this. It is a familiar, reliable defense mechanism. It is easier to be furious than it is to admit the truth. Her words did not just make me angry. They wounded me. The accusation coming from her, after what we had shared, it was a precise and devastating blow to a part of my infrastructure I had not known was exposed. To have allowed that level of vulnerability, only to have it weaponized against me, is a failure of risk management so profound it is almost laughable. My hand goes to my watch, the instinct to ground myself in schedules and data, nearly overwhelming. But I stop myself. What is the point? The precise, orderly progression of time is a mockery when my entire internal world is in a state of absolute temporal collapse. I stop pacing and stare out the window at the relentless, silent fall of snow. The world outside is a blank white slate, an erasure. It feels appropriate. My phone is on the nightstand. Without a conscious decision, I pick it up. My thumb moves across the screen, my muscle memory making a choice my conscious mind has not yet approved. I press the contact photo, and the phone begins to ring. Quilly! Lily's voice, bright and clear and utterly devoid of complication, cuts through the cold static in my head. Hello, Lilypad, I say, and my own voice sounds rough, foreign. I clear my throat. Are you winning? Did you win yet? Mom says you're probably winning because you always win. The humorless smile touches my lips. The final presentation is this afternoon. The results are not yet tabulated. Oh, well, are you having fun? Is it snowy? I love the snow. Is the hotel nice? Did you meet anyone nice? Her questions are a rapid-fire assault of pure, simple, loving curiosity. And each one is a small, sharp pinprick to the balloon of my cold, self-righteous anger. Fun. Nice. These are not concepts that exist in my current operational parameters. The lodge is rustic, I manage. Is that like Grandpa's cabin? Yes, a great deal like that. I love Grandpa's cabin. It smells like fire. There is a pause, and then she asks, her voice a little softer, Quilly, you sound sad. Her simple, direct observation bypasses all my defenses. A child's perception is a thing of terrifying, beautiful clarity. She cannot see my anger, my pride, my calculated defenses. She only hears the truth underneath it all. I'm sad. I'm just tired, lily pad, I say, the lie thin and brittle. You should take a nap, she advises, with the profound, unshakable wisdom of a 10-year-old. And then you should win, and then you should come home. I miss you. I miss you too, I say. The words are a raw, aching truth in my chest. I will call you after the presentation. Okay. I love you, Quilly. I love you too. I end the call and sink onto the edge of the bed. The phone feels heavy in my hand. The anger, the cold, protective fury that had been my shield, now feels petty, hollow, an indulgence I cannot afford. Lily's innocent question echoes in my head. Did you meet anyone nice? Yes. I met a woman who smells of sawdust and citrus, whose hands are strong and capable and create beautiful, soulful things from simple blocks of wood. One who argues with a fire that is more compelling than any data point I have ever seen. Someone who saw through the suit and, for a brief, brilliant, terrifying moment, saw me. And then I shouted at her until she cried. The realization is a slow, crushing wave. Winning this competition means nothing. It is a trophy. It is a line item on a performance review. It is a temporary appeasement for Abernathy. It is a hollow, meaningless victory if the cost is her. Losing her. Losing the possibility of whatever this is, this chaotic, brilliant, terrifying thing we had started to build. That is the only loss that truly matters. My pride is a bitter, familiar pill. But it is not worth the price of this gaping, silent chasm between us. I have to fix this. I have to try. Even if she does not believe me, even if she tells me to go to hell, I have to extend the offer of a truce. I have to swallow my pride and make the first move. It is the only strategic option that has any real, long-term value. I stand up. My movements are decisive. The internal conflict is over. The objective is clear. I walk to the door, my hand resting on the cool metal of the handle. I take a single, fortifying breath, preparing myself for the difficult, necessary conversation to come. I am prepared for her anger. I am prepared for her tears. I am prepared for her rejection. I open the door to go and find her, and she is standing there. In the quiet, empty hallway, Helen is standing right in front of my door, her hand raised as if she is about to knock. Her face is pale, her beautiful, expressive eyes wide and full of a deep, unmistakable regret. We just stare at each other, two enemies, two partners, two fools, suspended in the silent, charged space between a wound and its healing.
Chapter 23. Helen. We stand on opposite sides of the doorway, a chasm of silence and ugly words between us. He looks surprised to see me, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes before the cold, hard mask of his anger slams back into place. My own face is a pale, tight landscape of shame. My hand, which had been raised to knock, falls uselessly to my side. This is it. This is the hardest conversation of my life. My heart is a frantic, trapped bird against my ribs. My hands are trembling, not with the creative energy I am used to, but with a sickening, helpless dread. I have to be the one to speak first. I broke this. It is my responsibility to try and mend it. Quillen, I start, and my voice is a reedy, pathetic thing, a pale imitation of my own. I take a breath, a shaky, inadequate gasp of air, and force myself to meet his cold, unforgiving gaze. I was wrong. The words, as true and necessary as they are, feel small and flimsy, a paper shield against the fortress of his hurt. I was in the sunroom, I continue. The words tumbling out now in a rush, a desperate need to undo the damage I have done. And I overheard one of the cleaning staff, a young woman named Maria, talking to the lodge manager. She was crying. She said she was cleaning the workshop early this morning, and the wheel of her cart caught on the rug. She knocked the prototype off the workbench, by accident. I watch his face as I speak, searching for any sign of a thaw, any flicker of belief, but his expression remains a locked, guarded mask. He does not confirm or deny. He simply listens. His stillness a terrifying, unreadable thing. She was heartbroken. I whisper, my own throat thick with a fresh wave of shame. She called it magical. She was devastated that she had broken it. I finally run out of explanation. The facts are on the table, but the facts are not the point. I am the point. My suspicion, my accusation. There is no excuse for what I said, I say, and this is the real, raw, bleeding heart of it. There is no excuse for what I thought. It was my first, ugliest, most cynical instinct. I didn't even pause to consider another possibility. I saw what I expected to see, not what was actually there. I looked at you, after everything. After last night, and I saw a villain. And that is my fault. The last word is a choked sob. The tears I have been fighting finally break free, hot and shameful, streaming down my face. I am so sorry, Quillen, I say, my voice breaking completely. For not trusting you, for not believing in you, for the horrible, unforgivable things I said. I was wrong, and I am so sorry. I have laid myself bare. All my ugly, defensive, fearful parts are on display in the quiet, sterile light of the hotel hallway. There is nothing left to do but wait for his judgment. I expect him to nod, a cold, sharp gesture of vindication. I expect him to say, "I told you so." I expect him to close the door in my face. He does none of those things. As he listens, something in his face shifts. The hard, angry lines around his mouth soften. The cold, protective fury in his eyes dissolves, draining away like ice melting in a sudden thaw. The tension leaves his shoulders in a slow, visible slump. And what is left in its place is not triumph. It is a deep, profound, and overwhelming sadness. The anger was a shield for his hurt, and now I am seeing the wound I inflicted, raw and unguarded. He is silent for a long moment, his gaze on my face. He looks exhausted. He looks heartbroken. "I am sorry, too," he says finally, his voice a rough sound, full of a weariness that seems to go bone deep. "For what I said to you." "You were just fighting back," I whisper, wiping at my tears with the back of my hand. "I started it." "That is not an excuse," he says, and his gaze is unwavering. "I took your passion, the best and most beautiful thing about you, and I twisted it into a weapon to hurt you. It was a cruel, unacceptable thing to do. My own insecurities, my own fear that you were right, that I had chosen a hollow path, they got the better of me. I am sorry, Helen." The sound of my name in his mouth, spoken with such raw, sad sincerity, is a fresh wound. We have torn each other apart, using our own deepest fears and vulnerabilities as the weapons. We stand there in the quiet, empty hallway, the air thick and heavy with unspoken emotions. The fight is over. The anger is gone. But the space between us is still a fragile, uncertain thing. We have seen the absolute worst in each other. We have seen how quickly and how deeply we can wound one another. The beautiful, hopeful connection we had found is now a scarred and delicate landscape, and I'm not sure how to navigate it. He takes a hesitant step out of his room, into the hallway, closing the door softly behind him. He is standing in front of me now, so close I can see the exhaustion etched in the faint lines around his eyes, so close I can feel the warmth radiating from his body. My hands are trembling. My breath is a shaky, uncertain thing. I have never felt so exposed, so vulnerable in my entire life. He reaches out, his movements slow, tentative, as if he is afraid I will flinch away. His hand comes up, his fingers warm and surprisingly gentle as he cups my face, his thumb moving to wipe away a stray tear from my cheek. His touch is not passionate. It is not possessive. It is a question, a quiet, desperate, and incredibly tender plea. His gaze holds mine, his blue eyes full of a raw, aching hope that mirrors my own. Can we start over?
Chapter 24. Quillen. Her answer is not a word. It is a small, shaky, tear-tracked nod. It is a yes. It is absolution. It is the most valuable affirmative I have ever received in my entire career. The relief that floods my system is so profound, so absolute, it nearly buckles my knees. My hand, still cupping her face, trembles slightly. My thumb strokes her cheek, the skin soft and damp. "Okay," I say, voice a low, rough thing. "Okay." There is no further discussion. There is no strategic planning session on how to navigate the wreckage of our emotions. There is only a single, unspoken, mutually agreed upon objective. We turn together and walk back toward the workshop. The scene of the crime, as my mind unhelpfully labels it, is exactly as we left it. The broken pieces of our prototype are scattered across the floor like the casualties of a miniature, silent war. It is a physical manifestation of our fight, a tangible symbol of the ugly, destructive things we said to each other. I look at the shattered star-shaped piece, the one we had placed together in a moment of shared triumph, and the shame is a sharp, bitter taste in my mouth. Helen walks to the center of the wreckage and kneels down, her movements slow and deliberate. She does not cry. She simply looks. Her hands, those expressive, capable hands, hover over the broken pieces, but do not touch them. I kneel beside her. For a long moment, we just survey the damage in silence. The presentation is in... I glance at my watch, the old habit a useless reflex. Less than 3 hours. The logical, pragmatic part of my brain, the part that has been my primary operating system for my entire adult life, identifies this situation as unsalvageable. The timeline is impossible. The objective is unattainable. We have failed. "You know," Helen says, her voice quiet, but clear in the still, dusty air. "The joint on that star piece was always a weak point." I look at her. She is not looking at me. Her gaze is fixed on the two halves of the broken star. "I was worried about it," she continues, a thoughtful, analytical tone replacing the heartbreak in her voice. "The design was too delicate. I was prioritizing the aesthetic over the structural integrity." She finally turns to look at me, a new, determined light in her eyes. It was a flaw. I do not immediately understand where she is going with this. "It was a beautiful flaw," I say softly. "It was still a flaw," she insists. "And sometimes things have to break completely before you can see how to build them stronger." Her words land a quiet, profound truth that has nothing to do with toys. She is not just talking about the prototype. She is talking about us. The flaw in our own design was a lack of trust. Our connection, as beautiful and brilliant as it was too delicate. It shattered at the first impact. And now we are here, in the wreckage, with a choice. We can sweep up the pieces and walk away, or we can see this not as an end, but as an opportunity, a chance to rebuild. "What are you proposing, Calvin?" I ask, my voice a deep murmur. She picks up the two halves of the broken star. "I'm proposing that we don't just repair it," she says, her voice gaining a new, familiar strength, the passionate, creative fire returning to her eyes. "I'm proposing we make it better." A new idea born from the crisis. It is a strategically brilliant move. It reframes our narrative from one of failure to one of resilience. And it is, I realize with my sudden, sharp intake of breath, the only path forward. For the project, and for us. A slow smile spreads across my face. It is not a calculated, corporate smile. It is a genuine, unrestrained expression of pure, unadulterated admiration. Where do we start? The next 2.5 hours are the most intense, focused, and productive of my entire life. The frantic, desperate energy of a looming deadline is there, but it is tempered by a new, powerful sense of purpose. We're not just rebuilding a toy. We're rebuilding our partnership, this time on a foundation of conscious, deliberate trust. The work is a silent, seamless ballet. All the awkwardness, all the hesitation, is gone. We move around the small workshop in a state of perfect, unspoken sync. Our hands brush as we reach for the same tool, but the contact is no longer a source of jarring, electric tension. It is a quiet confirmation, a small grounding spark of connection in the midst of our frantic race against time. Helen is in her element, a whirlwind of focused, creative energy. She redesigns the star connector, reinforcing the joint with a clever, interlocking mechanism that is both stronger and more elegant than the original. My role is to support her, to anticipate her needs. I clean the scattered wooden blocks, my hands working with a speed and efficiency that would make my old factory floor managers proud. I mix a new batch of the quick-setting clay, my fingers working the material until it is the perfect, pliable consistency. We do not speak much. We do not need to. The conversation happens in our shared glances, in the easy, predictive rhythm of our movements. I see her searching for a specific carving tool, and I place it in her hand before she has to ask. She sees me struggling to hold a small piece steady, and her hand is there, strong and sure, covering mine, holding it still. At one point, I am carefully sanding a rough edge on one of the blocks, my brow furrowed in concentration. "You know," she says, her voice a soft, amused sound from across the workbench. "For a man who lives in a world of spreadsheets, you are surprisingly good with your hands." I look up, and she is smiling at me. It is a real smile, a warm, teasing, beautiful thing. And I find myself smiling back, a genuine, unforced smile that feels as natural as breathing. "And for an artist who lives in a world of feelings and soul," I retort, my own voice light, "you are a terrifyingly efficient project manager under pressure." Her laugh is a bright, clear sound in the quiet workshop, and it settles in my chest, a warm, welcome weight. The final piece is the new, redesigned star. Helen carves the mold with a surgeon's precision, and I carefully press the clay into it. We watch, side by side, our shoulders touching as the piece sets. It feels like we are holding our breath for the entire 5 minutes. When it is ready, she gently removes it from the mold. It is perfect, stronger, more elegant, more beautiful than before. We assemble the new prototype in a shared, reverent silence. Each piece clicks into place, a series of soft, satisfying sounds that are a testament to our renewed collaboration. The final piece is the new star. Helen picks it up, but instead of placing it herself, she holds it out to me. I look at her, a silent question in my eyes. "Together," she says softly. I place my hand over hers, our fingers lacing together around the small clay star. And together, we press the final piece into place. It slides home with a solid, definitive click. We step back. It is not just repaired, it is better. The new connector piece is not just a structural improvement. It is a visible scar, a beautiful, deliberate reinforcement at the point of the break. It does not hide the fact that it was broken. It celebrates it. It is a testament to its own resilience. I look at the prototype, this beautiful, strong, resilient thing we have made from the wreckage. And then I look at Helen, her face smudged with clay, her eyes shining with a fierce, proud, unshed tear. Our bond is not just repaired. It is stronger, more beautiful, and more real than it ever was before. Because now it is not built on the fragile hope of a flawless design. It is built on the shared, proven knowledge of how to put the pieces back together after they break.
Chapter 25. Helen. We have 5 minutes. 5 minutes to shower, to scrub the sawdust from under our nails, to transform from a frantic 2-person crisis management team into a polished professional partnership. It should be impossible, but as I stand in front of the mirror in my room, looking at my reflection, I feel a strange, buoyant calm. I'm exhausted, my body humming with a deep, bone-weary ache. My hair is a testament to the frantic chaos of the last few hours, a glorious, untamed storm of twists and curls. There are still smudges of clay on my jeans, and I have never felt more ready for anything in my life. Quillen is waiting for me outside my door. He has somehow managed to make himself look impossibly sharp and put together in the span of 3 minutes. He's wearing a clean, crisp shirt and his suit jacket, but the formidable corporate armor is gone. His hair is slightly damp, his expression is open and serious, and his eyes, when his eyes meet mine, they are full of a quiet, steady confidence. Not in himself, in us. He reaches out and gently brushes a stray fleck of sawdust from my cheek. "Ready, Calvin?" he asks, his voice a low, steadying murmur. "Ready, Waylon," I say, and the old names feel different now. Not the weapons of rivals, but the fond, familiar call signs of a team. We walk into the main hall together, side by side. The atmosphere is thick with a nervous, expectant energy. All the other teams have presented. We are the grand finale. The judges are seated at a long table in front of the fireplace, their expressions professionally neutral. Agatha Frost sits in the center, her gaze sharp and perceptive. We take our places in front of them, our newly rebuilt prototype resting on the table between us. In the warm, bright light of the great hall, it looks even more beautiful. It is a testament to our entire, chaotic, wonderful journey. It is a thing of scars and soul. I take a breath and begin. "A good toy," I say, my voice clear and steady in the quiet room, "is not a monologue. It is the beginning of a conversation." My hands find the familiar, comforting texture of the wooden blocks, my fingers tracing the smooth, sanded grain. It should feel good in a child's hands. It should be simple enough to be a blank canvas, but intriguing enough to spark a story. We started with the idea of that story, with natural materials that feel warm and alive, that connect a child to the world around them. We started with the soul of play. I talk about my grandfather's philosophy. I talk about the importance of open-ended, imaginative play. I talk about the beauty of imperfection, of a toy that is not a product, but a companion. I speak from the heart, my hands moving as I talk, gesturing to the different pieces, explaining the thought process behind the organic shapes and the simple, intuitive design. Then I nod to Quillen. He steps forward, and his presence is a quiet, powerful counterpoint to my own. He does not pull out a tablet. He does not mention a single KPI. "The soul of play is the foundation," he begins, his voice the smooth, confident baritone of a man who is used to commanding a room. But there is a new warmth in it, a sincere, resonant quality I have never heard before. But that conversation has to be accessible to every child. He speaks about Lily. He doesn't use her name, but he talks about children who experience the world differently. He talks about the need for sensory engagement, not as a marketing buzzword, but as a bridge. He picks up one of the bright, bumpy red connectors. This, he says, holding it up, is not just a connector. It is a point of positive tactile feedback. For a child who is easily overwhelmed, the bright color is a clear, friendly invitation to engage. The texture is a gentle, stimulating input. And the soft, satisfying click it makes when it connects to a block. He demonstrates the sound a quiet, perfect punctuation in the silent room. It is a small, affirming victory. It is a way of saying, you did it right. It builds confidence. It makes the conversation of play a safe and rewarding one. He talks about market potential, but he frames it as reach. He talks about brand synergy, but he frames it as building a community. He has taken the cold, hard language of his world and has infused it with the warmth and empathy of mine. He has given our creation a voice and a purpose that I never could have on my own. But our design process, he says, looking at me, a quick, almost imperceptible smile in his eyes, was not without its challenges. This is our story. Halfway through the process, I pick up the narrative, my gaze on the new, redesigned star piece, the beautiful visible scar on our creation. We encountered the challenge of a missing piece. A critical structural failure, Quillen adds, his voice smooth. An accident forced us to reevaluate our entire design from the ground up, with only hours to go before the deadline. We could have patched it, I say, my fingers gently tracing the new, stronger joint on the star. We could have glued it back together and hoped for the best, but we realized that the break wasn't a disaster. It was an opportunity. The original design was flawed. It was too delicate. The crisis, Quillen continues, his gaze sweeping across the judges' faces, forced us to innovate. It forced us to communicate, to collaborate on a deeper level than ever before. It forced us to take our two different philosophies, not just as a compromise, but as a true fusion. We didn't just repair the toy. I finish, my voice full of a quiet, fierce pride. I look at Quillen, and he is already looking at me. And in this moment, the rest of the world fades away. There is only him and me, and this beautiful, resilient thing we have made together. We made it stronger. The silence that follows our presentation is absolute. It stretches thick and heavy for a long, breathless moment. We stand side by side, a united team, our hands almost, but not quite, touching on the table between us. The judges are looking not at the toy, but at us. They are not just seeing a product. They are seeing a partnership, a story. Agatha Frost is not smiling. Her expression is one of profound, thoughtful seriousness. Then slowly, a wide, brilliant, incandescent beam spreads across her face. She looks from me to Quillen to the beautiful, flawed, and ultimately triumphant toy on the table, and she nods. She leans into her microphone, her eyes shining with what looks suspiciously like a tear fixed on ours. The judges, she says, her voice heavy with emotion, have reached a unanimous decision.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 26. Quillen. Agatha's words hang in the air, a suspended moment of pure, unanalyzed potential. Unanimous decision. My own breath is a static thing in my chest. My entire professional life has been a series of calculated risks, of data-driven decisions designed to lead to this exact type of moment, a verdict, a win or a loss. And yet, as I stand here beside Helen, the outcome of the competition feels strangely secondary. My primary system is not occupied with calculating the odds, or preparing a gracious acceptance or concession speech. It is entirely occupied with the small, warm space between my hand and Helen's on the table. We are not touching, but the energy there is a tangible, humming force. In a competition that celebrates innovation, it is easy to be swayed by flashy technology or established brand recognition, Agatha says, her gaze sweeping over all the finalists before landing with a soft, knowing weight on us. But this year, in this lodge, we were reminded of a more fundamental truth. The best toys are not just products, they are stories. And the story that was presented to us today, a story of clashing ideals, of unexpected partnership, of resilience in the face of a crisis, was the most compelling of all. She picks up a small, elegant glass trophy from the table beside her. It catches the light from the fire, splintering it into a plethora of tiny rainbows. The winner of the Snowfall Lodge Collaboration Challenge, she declares, her voice ringing with a genuine, heartfelt joy, is the team of Helen Calvin and Quillen Whalen. The room erupts. The sound is a sudden, roaring wave of applause and cheerful congratulations. It washes over me, a familiar, pleasant sensory input. I've heard this sound before. After successful presentations, at shareholder meetings, at industry award ceremonies, it is the sound of victory. It is the sound I have been chasing my entire career. But it is different this time, because Helen makes a small, choked sound beside me, a gasp of pure, unadulterated joy. And then she turns to me, her face alight, her eyes shining with tears, and she throws her arms around my neck. Her embrace is not a polite, professional hug. It is a full-bodied, unrestrained collision of triumph and relief. My own arms come up automatically, circling her waist, pulling her flush against me. She is warm and solid, and real in my arms, and she smells of sawdust and that faint, citrusy scent that is uniquely hers. For a single, perfect, timeless moment, the applause, the judges, the entire world fades away. There is only the feel of her, the triumphant, happy energy thrumming through her body, the way she fits against me as if she were designed for this exact purpose. It is the most intensely personal, profoundly intimate hug of my life. Too soon she pulls away, her cheeks flushed, her eyes bright. "We did it," she whispers, a laugh bubbling up in her voice. "We did," I reply, my own voice a little rougher than I intend. We walk forward to accept the prize. Agatha hands the trophy to Helen and a large, ceremonial check to me. The cameras flash. We smile. I shake hands with the judges. I perform all the familiar, practiced rituals of a professional victory. But my internal processors are not engaged with the task at hand. My entire system is focused on Helen. Our eyes keep finding each other across the small, crowded space. She is talking to one of the other contestants, a gracious, smiling winner. But her gaze keeps flicking back to mine, a shared, secret acknowledgement in the midst of the public celebration. We did this. Not Mega Toy Corp. Not Calvin's Creations. Later, after the formal congratulations have subsided, I find myself standing by the large window, watching the snow, which has finally softened to a gentle, quiet fall. The trophy sits on the mantelpiece above the fire, a glittering, impersonal thing. The prize money, a significant sum that will look very good on my performance review, feels like a distant, abstract concept. These are the metrics of my old life, the tangible, quantifiable symbols of success, and they are utterly, completely hollow. The realization is not a slow, dawning thing. It is a quiet, profound, and absolute truth that settles into the core of my being. I did not win a competition today. That is not the victory that matters. The true victory is standing a few feet away, laughing at something one of the judges has said. It is the memory of her face, alight with creative passion in the dusty workshop. It is the feeling of her hand in mine as we placed that last triumphant piece. It is the quiet, terrifying, exhilarating knowledge that my carefully constructed 5-year plan is now a piece of useless fiction. Winning this competition means nothing compared to what I have found with her. The celebration begins to wind down. People start to drift away, heading to the bar or up to their rooms. The great hall grows quiet again, returning to the sleepy, peaceful state of the night before. Soon we are alone again. Just the two of us, the crackling fire and the silent, sleeping lodge. The trophy glitters on the mantelpiece, a silent and glassy observer. Helen comes to stand beside me at the window. We watch the snowflakes drift down, each one a unique and perfect design. The silence between is no longer awkward or charged or even comfortable. It is something deeper. It is intimate. It's beautiful, she says softly, her shoulder brushing against mine. Yes, I say, but I am not looking at the snow. I am looking at her. The snow will stop. The roads will clear. This magical, impossible snow globe in which we have found each other will be broken, and the real world will come rushing back in. The thought is a cold, unacceptable intrusion. My 5-year plan may be obsolete, but the future is still a stark, logistical reality. And finally, it is a future I am not prepared for, because it is a future that does not have a designated line item for Helen. I have to fix that. Helen, I say seriously. She turns to look at me, her expression soft and questioning in the dim light. I cannot let this be a temporary situational outcome. This is not a fling. It is a fundamental paradigm shift. And she needs to know. I look into her warm, intelligent, beautiful eyes, and I deploy the only strategy I have left, the absolute, unvarnished, and terrifying truth. I do not want this to end when the snow melts.
Chapter 27. Helen. His words, a simple, stark confession of want, hang in the silent space between us. It is fact, a laying down of arms. He has taken the terrifying, unspoken truth that has been living in my own heart and given it a voice. Me neither, I whisper, and the words are a profound, shaky relief. I don't want it to end, either. That's all it takes. The last dam of restraint, of rivalry, of fear breaks. He closes the small space between us, his hands cupping my face, and he kisses me. This kiss is nothing like our first, fiery, desperate collision. It is a slow, deep, deliberate exploration, a conversation full of all the words we don't have. It is a tender, profound kiss, a kiss of reverence. It speaks of his relief, of my fear, of our shared impossible hope. It is a conscious, deliberate act of choosing. He is choosing me, and I am choosing him. We walk to my room in a comfortable, charged silence, our hands clasped together, fingers intertwined. This time, there is no frantic urgency, no desperate, pent-up need. There is only a deep, humming certainty, a quiet, powerful pull toward a destination we have already agreed upon. The moment the door closes, he pulls me to him, his mouth finding mine in another long, slow, soul-drenching kiss. I melt into him, my body a willing, pliant thing against his. My arms snake around his neck, and I press myself against him, needing to feel the solid, reassuring reality of him. He lifts me, and I wrap my legs around his waist without a second thought, my body instinctively knowing the rhythm of this dance. He carries me to the bed and sits, my body settled in his lap, our mouths still connected. We kiss for a long, timeless moment, rediscovering each other, learning the new, softer language of this intimacy. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. As we drift to sleep, my head tucked into the curve of his neck, his arms a safe, warm haven around me, a single, terrifying, undeniable thought floats up from the deepest, most honest part of my soul. It is a quiet, simple, profound truth. I whisper the words against his skin, a secret confession in the dark. I think I'm falling for you.
Chapter 28. Quillen. Her words are a whisper against my skin. I think I'm falling in love with you. They are not a strategic proposal. They are not a term in a negotiation. They are a piece of raw, unfiltered, and terrifyingly beautiful data. And they land in the quiet, shattered remnants of my internal operating system with absolute, undeniable truth. I'm holding her in the dark, her body a warm, spent weight against mine. The scent of our lovemaking, a rich, musky combination of sweat and sex and her, is a thick, intoxicating cloud in the air. My own body is a depleted, humming, exquisitely sensitive thing, and my mind, for the very first time in my adult life, is completely, utterly still. The complex machinery of my brain, the part that runs on logic and risk assessment and 5-year plans, has been rendered obsolete. Her confession is the final, fatal blow to that old system. It is not a variable to be managed or a risk to be mitigated. It is a new core principle, a foundational truth, around which all other data must now be reorganized. I shift my weight slightly, pulling the quilt higher over her bare shoulder. She feels impossibly fragile and incredibly strong in my arms. A paradox I'm beginning to understand is the very essence of who she is. The correct, logical response to her declaration is a calculated retreat, an acknowledgement of the situational intimacy, a gentle reminder of the temporary nature of our collaboration. It is the response that would cause the least amount of long-term professional and emotional entanglement. It is the smart move. It is also an absolute impossibility. I press my lips to her forehead, a soft, reverent kiss against her warm skin. The truth, my own corresponding data point, rises up, not as a strategic decision, but as a simple, reflexive statement of fact. I think, I whisper back into the darkness, the words a rough, unfamiliar texture in my own throat. I have been falling in love with you since Chicago. It is the truest thing I have ever said. I just did not have the correct framework to process the data until now. The irritation, the grudging admiration, the infuriating, captivating way she occupied my thoughts. It was not a rivalry. It was the chaotic, inefficient, and utterly undeniable beginning of this. She makes a soft, contented sound, a sleepy, happy sigh, and snuggles deeper into my embrace. And just like that, she is asleep, leaving me alone in the quiet darkness with the catastrophic, brilliant, world-altering wreckage of our shared confessions. I lie awake for the rest of the night. Sleep is a distant, irrelevant country. My mind is not racing. Finally, it is perfectly, profoundly clear. The competing systems, the endless internal debate between duty and desire, between my plan and my heart is over. There is no conflict left to resolve. Helen is not a deviation from the plan. She is the plan. The old objective, financial security for Lily, is still valid. But the methodology, the path I had chosen to get there, is fundamentally flawed. It is hollow. It is a life spent in sterile boardrooms, answering to men like Abernathy, creating products I do not believe in. Helen has shown me another way. A path where success and soul are not mutually exclusive. A path where joy is a quantifiable metric. We can build it. Together. A company, a partnership, a life. One that honors her artistry and my strategic mind. One that is built on a foundation of real, tangible value. Not just perceived market share. It is a high-risk, high-reward venture with no existing market precedent. It is the single most terrifying and exciting idea of my life. The first gray light of dawn begins to filter through the window, painting the room in soft, muted shades. The snow has stopped. The world outside is still and quiet, muffled under a thick, fresh blanket of white. I slip out of bed, my movements slow and careful so as not to wake her. She murmurs something in her sleep and rolls over, pulling my pillow into her arms. The sight of her, in my bed, in my space, is a profound and visceral confirmation of my new objective. I retrieve my tablet from my discarded trousers. It feels different in my hands now, not a weapon of corporate warfare, but a tool of creation. I sit in the single armchair in the corner of the room, the cool leather a familiar comfort in the quiet dawn. I do not open my market analysis software. I do not check the stock futures. I open a new blank document. The title I type is simple, clean, direct. Calvin and Whalen. A business plan. I begin to write. My fingers fly across the virtual keyboard, the words pouring out, not from a place of strategic calculation, but from a place of pure, focused, and exhilarating certainty. I outline our mission statement: to create beautiful, soulful, and accessible toys that inspire imaginative play. I detail our product line, starting with the prototype we designed together. I build financial projections, source sustainable material suppliers, and outline a marketing strategy built on authenticity and storytelling, not on focus groups and syndicated television shows. I am building our future, line by line, in the quiet, pre-dawn stillness. It is the most important work I have ever done. Hours later, the sun is fully up, casting a bright, optimistic light across the snow-covered landscape. The document is complete. It is a blueprint for a new life. Our life. And then I hear it, the distant, unmistakable sound of an engine, the low, grinding rumble of a snowplow clearing the mountain pass. The real world is coming for us. The bubble is about to burst. The roads will be clear by noon. I look from the completed business plan on my screen to the woman sleeping peacefully in my bed. The clock is ticking. The temporary magical world of the lodge is about to end, and I have to convince her to build a new one with me before this one disappears forever.
Chapter 29. Helen. I wake up slowly, drifting up from a deep, dreamless sleep into a world of soft gray light and profound, bone-deep contentment. My body is a warm, purring, well-loved thing. I stretch, a slow, languid movement, and my hand slides across an empty expanse of cool sheets. My eyes snap open. He's gone. A jolt of pure, cold panic, sharp and sickening, shoots through me. The warmth of the morning vanishes, replaced by an Arctic dread. It was a dream. A snowstorm, fever dream. None of it was real. The beautiful, fragile hope that had bloomed in my chest just hours ago shrivels into a tight, aching knot. Of course, he's gone. He's Quillen Whalen. He got what he wanted. The win, the whatever last night was, and he's executed a swift and efficient exit. The corporate shark, back in his natural, heartless habitat. I sit up, pulling the thick quilt around my bare shoulders, my heart a frantic, trapped bird against my ribs. The room is cold. His side of the bed is empty. His clothes are gone. And then I see it. It's on my pillow. A single folded piece of the lodge's creamy, expensive stationery. My hands are trembling as I reach for it. It is not my imagination. It is real. His handwriting is exactly what I would expect. Sharp, clean, and impossibly neat. A series of precise forward slanting lines that look like they were typed, not written. Helen, the note begins. My first name, in his perfect, controlled script. Meet me at the Sunrise Lookout. There is something I need to propose. Q, just the initial. Not a name, not a signature. Just a single, enigmatic letter. There is something I need to propose. The words are a confusing, terrifying, and exhilarating jumble. Propose what? A joint press release? A long-distance, non-exclusive, mutually beneficial arrangement? The ambiguity is pure Quillen. And yet, the simple act of the note, the deliberate, almost courtly invitation, it feels like something else entirely. It feels like hope. The panic recedes, replaced by a fizzy, nervous, and profoundly hopeful buzz. I press the note to my chest, the crisp paper, a tangible anchor in a sea of uncertainty. The real world is coming. I can hear it. The low, grinding rumble of the snowplow is a constant, mournful sound, the death knell of our magical, isolated little snow globe. As I get dressed, pulling on my own familiar jeans and sweater, the clothes feel like a costume, a return to a version of myself that no longer quite fits. I pack my bags, my movements slow, almost reluctant. My hands run over my wooden toys as I carefully wrap them in soft cloth. They feel like relics from another lifetime, a life before him. A life where my world was a simple, understandable place of wood grain and sharp tools. A life that was safe and orderly and profoundly, achingly lonely. The thought of returning to that life, of walking back into my workshop without the possibility of him appearing in the doorway, is a hollow, unbearable ache in my chest. What happens when we leave this place? Do we just go back to being rivals? To our separate worlds? Was this just a snowstorm truce? A temporary ceasefire that ends when the roads are clear? I look out the window of my room. Down in the main driveway, the real world is already intruding. I see the father-son robotics team loading their cases into a large SUV. I see the STEM doll woman talking on her cell phone, her expression brisk and professional. The magic is dissolving, the spell is breaking. Our little island in the snow is reconnecting to the mainland, and I am terrified of what will happen when we are no longer stranded here together. I pull on my boots, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The Sunrise Lookout is on the far side of the lodge, a small railed promontory that offers a sweeping view of the valley below. The walk there is a journey through a world of pristine, untouched beauty. My boots crunch in the fresh, deep snow, the sound loud in the profound post-storm silence. The air is bitingly cold, so clean and sharp it hurts to breathe. It smells of pine and ice and new beginnings. I am terrified. I am hopeful. I am a walking, breathing, beautiful contradiction. I round the final corner of the path, and I see him. He is standing at the very edge of the overlook, his back to me. He is a stark, dark silhouette against a sky that is just beginning to bleed with the soft, impossible colors of dawn. Pale pink and deep violet and a brilliant, hopeful orange. He is wearing his full corporate armor today, the sharp, dark gray suit, a familiar, formidable sight. He is watching the sunrise, his posture perfectly still, perfectly composed, and in his hand, held loosely at his side, is a folder, a simple manila office folder. It is the most out of place, most incongruous, most Quillen thing I have ever seen. It is a piece of his world, the world of boardrooms and presentations and data brought here to this wild, beautiful, sacred space. My boots crunch in the snow, the sound a betrayal of my presence. He turns. His face is serious, his expression unreadable in the half-light, but his eyes, those brilliant, piercing blue eyes, are fixed on me, and what I see in them is not the cool assessment of a rival or the warm desire of a lover. It is something else entirely. A look of profound, terrifying, and exhilarating vulnerability. He is holding our future in his hand, and I have no idea what it says.
Chapter 30. Quillen. She walks toward me, her boots making the only sound in the vast, white silence of the morning. Each soft crunch in the snow is a steady, rhythmic beat, a countdown to the most critical presentation of my life. The sky behind her is a masterpiece of impossible colors, a brilliant, vibrant gradient of orange and pink that paints the snow-covered peaks in a warm, hopeful light. She is a beautiful, beloved silhouette against the dawn of our new world. My hand tightens on the manila folder at my side. It is a laughably corporate, mundane object to bring to a moment of such profound, life-altering significance. It contains spreadsheets, market projections, and a detailed 5-year growth strategy. It is also, I realize, a love letter. It is the only way I know how to articulate the sheer, terrifying, and exhilarating magnitude of what I'm about to propose. It is my heart, translated into the language of business. As she approaches, I see the uncertainty on her face, the question in her dark, beautiful eyes. She is bracing for the impact of the real world, for the inevitable end of our snow globe truce. She believes this is a goodbye. The thought is a sharp, unacceptable pain. Helen, I say as she stops in front of me. Her name feels right in my mouth, a perfect, familiar fit. Quillen, she replies, her breath a small white puff in the frigid air. Your note was cryptic. It was efficient, I counter, a faint smile touching my lips. I have found that I am a far more effective communicator on paper. Her own smile is a small, fragile thing. So, what is it? The big proposal? Are we issuing a joint statement about the future of artisanal, sensory-friendly toy design? The familiar, witty banter is a shield for us both, a comfortable territory in a landscape that is anything but. But I cannot stay there. The time for shields is over. I take a breath, the clean, cold air a sharp, clarifying sting in my lungs. I have managed hostile takeover negotiations. I have presented to skeptical boards of directors. I have navigated the complex, treacherous waters of corporate politics for a decade. None of it has prepared me for the sheer, unmitigated terror of this moment. I resigned from Mega Toy Corp this morning, I say. The words, when I speak them, are simple, direct, and unadorned, They land in the quiet space between us with the force of a physical blow. I watch her process the information, her brow furrowing in confusion, her beautiful mouth parting in a small, silent ode of surprise. "You, what?" she finally manages, her voice a whisper. "But the win, your boss, why?" This is the core of the presentation, the why. I have spent my entire career articulating the why behind a product launch, a marketing campaign, a strategic pivot. But this is the most important why I will ever have to explain. Because of you, I say, and the truth of it is a quiet, powerful hum in my own chest. Because this entire, insane, snowbound week with you has been a catastrophic, system-wide failure of my entire life's operating system, and I have never been more grateful for anything. I take a step closer, closing the distance between us. My life has been a series of calculated, data-driven decisions designed to achieve a single, primary objective: security for my family, for Lily. It was a logical, efficient plan. It was also empty. I was building a fortress, Helen, but I was living in a cage. I look from her face to the vast, beautiful, and unpredictable landscape spreading out before us. Winning with you. It was not the victory I thought I needed. The trophy, the prize money, they are hollow metrics. The real victory was in the workshop. It was in the fight, in the breaking, and in the rebuilding. You did not just show me how to build a better toy. You showed me how to build a better life. One where I do not have to choose between success and soul. Her eyes are shining, a film of unshed tears making them look like dark, polished stones. She is listening with that same intense, unnerving focus she had by the fire, a look that makes me feel like I am the only person in the world. This is not a snowstorm fling, Helen, I continue, my voice gaining a new, urgent strength. This is not a temporary alliance. I am not interested in a long-distance arrangement or a series of convenient, clandestine meetings. And that is not a viable long-term strategy. It is a stopgap measure doomed to failure. I hold out the folder. Her hands, those strong, capable, beautiful hands, are trembling slightly as she takes it from me. "What is this?" she whispers, her gaze fixed on the simple, typed label on the front. "Calvin and Whalen." "It is a business plan," I say, my heart a frantic, hammering thing against my ribs. "It is a proposal for a new company, our company. It is a partnership, in every sense of the word. It is a detailed 5-year plan for how we can take what we built in that workshop and build it into an empire. A good one, an honest one with a soul." She opens the folder, her eyes scanning the first page, the mission statement, the product designs, the financial projections. I watch her face, trying to read her reaction, but her expression is a mask of stunned, unreadable emotion. This is the moment of maximum risk. I have laid my entire, restructured future at her feet. All the data has been presented. But this is not a decision that can be made on data alone. "I desire a life with you, Helen," I say, and the phrase is the simplest, most honest truth I have ever spoken. I want to wake up to you every morning. I want to argue with you about logo designs and material suppliers. I want to watch you create beautiful, soulful things. I need to build a home with you and a family. I want to create a legacy with you that is about more than just a profit margin. It is about joy. I have reached the end of my presentation. There is only one final closing move to make. I take a step back, my dress shoes sinking into the pristine, untouched snow, and I get down on one knee. The morning sun is just beginning to crest the mountain peak, flooding the world with a brilliant, golden light. It catches the tears that are now streaming freely down her face, turning them into diamonds. I look up at her, the woman who has completely and irrevocably dismantled my world and rebuilt it into something better. something brighter, something real. And I deploy the final, critical, and most important question of my life. Helen Calvin, will you build a company, a life with me?
Chapter 31. Helen. My brain short circuits. The world dissolves into a brilliant, dazzling whiteout of snow and sunrise and the impossible, beautiful man kneeling at my feet. The sound of his question, "Will you build a company and a life with me?" echoes in the vast, silent cathedral of the morning, a vow he has already taken, a future he is offering me with open hands. The manila folder, still clutched in my numb fingers, is a tangible anchor in the dizzying swirl of my emotions. Calvin and Waylon. He put my name first. It's a small detail, a simple alphabetical choice maybe, but to me, it is everything. It is a statement of respect. It is an acknowledgement of my legacy. It is a promise of a true and equal partnership. Tears are streaming down my face, but they are not tears of sadness or shame. They are tears of a joy so profound, so overwhelming, it feels like my heart is physically too big for my chest. It is a joy that is so bright and hot it is almost painful. I can't breathe. I can't think. For a moment, I am utterly, completely speechless, a silent, weeping statue in the snow. My silence stretches, a long, heart-stopping pause. I can see a flicker of fear, of raw vulnerability in his eyes. The terrifying, beautiful question he has asked is hanging in the frigid air between us, unanswered. And my voice, when it finally decides to work, is not a whisper. It is a laugh, a loud, watery, incredulous sob of a laugh that breaks the perfect stillness of the morning. "Yes," I gasp, the word a burst of pure, unadulterated joy. The folder flutters from my fingers, landing softly in the snow. Its pages open to a future I had never dared to dream of. Of course, yes, you absolute, insane, wonderful, brilliant man. Do you even have to ask? Yes. The relief that washes over his face is a thing of staggering beauty. It is like watching the sun finally break through a week of storm clouds. He lets out a breath, a ragged, shaky sound, and a slow, brilliant smile spreads across his lips, transforming him completely. I drop to my knees in the snow in front of him, heedless of the cold, and pull him to me. My arms wrap around his neck, my fingers tangling in the soft hair at his nape, and I kiss him. It is not a kiss of passion or of desperation. It feels like a kiss of absolute certainty, a kiss of promises made and futures accepted. It is the taste of home, of forever, of 1,000 arguments over logo designs and 1,000,000 shared sunrises. It is the beginning of everything. When we finally pull apart, we are both laughing, our faces wet with tears, our breath pluming in the cold air. He helps me up, his hands warm and strong on my waist, and then he pulls me back into a hug, burying his face in my hair. "I was not," he murmurs, his voice a low, rough thing against my ear. Prepared for a negative response, it would have represented a significant flaw in my data analysis. I pull back to look at him, my heart aching with a love so fierce it might crack a rib. "Just to be clear," I say, my voice still shaky, a giddy, irrepressible smile stretching my face. "My name goes first on the letterhead, right?" "It is a non-negotiable term of the partnership," he confirms, his own voice thick with a matching joyful emotion. He leans in and kisses me again, a short, sweet, punctuating kiss that seals the deal more effectively than any contract ever could. We walk back to the lodge hand in hand, our fingers intertwined, leaving a single set of messy, joyful tracks in the pristine snow. The world feels new, remade. The future, which had been a terrifying, uncertain landscape just minutes ago, is now a wide, open, and beautiful road stretching out before us. We find Agatha Frost in the main hall, overseeing the slow, reluctant departure of her contestants. She sees us the moment we walk in, her gaze flicking down to our joined hands, and a wide, knowing, utterly delighted smile spreads over her face. "Well now," she says, her eyes twinkling as we approach. "This looks like a successful collaboration." "Agatha," Quillen says, his voice full of a warm, easy confidence that is entirely new. He squeezes my hand. "Helen and I have some news. We will be withdrawing both Calvin's creations and the Megatoy Corp entry from the Toy of the Year competition." Agatha's eyebrows shoot up in theatrical surprise. "Oh? And why is that? Did you two decide to run away and join the circus?" I hold up the snow-dusted folder, my smile so wide it hurts my cheeks. "Something like that," I say, my voice ringing with a joy I can no longer contain. "We're starting a new company, and we'll be submitting our first product for consideration next year." Agatha's delighted, triumphant laugh echoes through the grand timbered hall. "I knew it," she exclaims, clapping her hands together. "I absolutely knew it. Oh, this is better than a win. This is a legacy." She steps forward and pulls us both into a fierce cashmere-scented hug. "You make me proud," she whispers, her voice thick with the genuine emotion. "Now go on. Go build something beautiful." An hour later, our bags are packed. Our car is loaded, and the road home is finally, officially open. Quillen helps me load the last of my things, the case containing my original display toys. He picks up the articulated fox, the one my grandfather designed, and holds it in his large hands with a surprising gentle reverence. "This is where it started," he says softly, his thumb stroking the smooth polished wood. "And this," I say, tapping the Calvin and Wayland folder that now sits on the passenger seat, "is where it's going." He meets my eyes over the roof of the car, and his smile is a quiet, powerful promise. We stand for a moment in the lodge's grand entryway, the place where I had first seen him, a lifetime ago. The air still smells of pine and wood smoke and gingerbread, but it is no longer the scent of a temporary magical escape. It is the scent of the beginning of my life. We face the long drive home, not as rivals, returning to our separate, warring worlds, but as partners, a team, ready to take on the world.
Chapter 32. Quillen. 1 year, 365 days. According to my old 5-year plan, I should be finalizing the Q4 marketing budget for Megatoy Corp's newest plastic projectile launcher and angling for a promotion to senior vice president. Instead, I am standing in a cloud of sawdust. My tie is loosened, and my ridiculously expensive Italian leather shoes are covered in a fine, pale dust. The air smells of fresh-cut cedar, linseed oil, and Helen. It is, by every conceivable metric of my former life, a catastrophic failure of strategic planning. It is also, I have come to understand, the only acceptable definition of success. The first 6 months were a calculated blur of risk and investment. I remember the venture capital pitch in a sterile San Francisco boardroom. I had the projections, the market analysis, the supply chain logistics. I spoke their language. But their faces were impassive, their skepticism a palpable force field. They saw the numbers, but they did not see the vision. Then Helen spoke. She did not talk about profit margins or scalability. She pulled one of her grandfather's original wooden acrobats from her bag and placed it on the polished mahogany table. She talked about the heft of it in a child's hand. She talked about the story locked inside the wood. Her hands moved as she spoke, not in the wild, passionate gestures of our first arguments, but with a quiet, confident grace. She was not selling a product, she was sharing a piece of her soul. And in that room of cold, hard numbers, her authenticity was the single most disruptive and valuable asset. We walked out of that meeting with double the funding we had requested. Then came the workshop. It was her grandfather's, a dusty, hallowed space behind her small house. It was her sanctuary, and she was terrified of changing it, of erasing his memory. We spent weeks just sitting in the space, sketching, planning. We decided not to erase, but to expand. We kept his old, scarred workbench as the heart of the new space, and built out from there, adding a clean room for finishing, a design studio with a wall of glass that looked out onto her wild, overgrown garden, and a small, bright office for me. An office I have spent less than 4 cumulative hours in. I have discovered I prefer the sawdust. There was, of course, the great logo debate. It was our first significant post-lodge conflict. I had commissioned a design firm to create something sleek, modern, and easily recognizable. A stylized C&W that could be embossed on packaging and used as a social media icon. It was, from a branding perspective, perfect. Helen hated it with a passion I had not seen since she first described Captain Comet's cosmic quest. "It looks like the logo for a bank that's about to foreclose on an orphanage," she had declared, holding the printout at arm's length as if it were radioactive. "It is clean, scalable, and has a high-impact recognition factor across all media platforms," I had countered, my hand instinctively going to my watch. "It has no soul, Quillen." She had thrown her hands up, a gesture of pure, exasperated passion. "Our logo should feel like our toys. It should have character. It should have a story." She had disappeared into the workshop and returned an hour later with a small carved block of maple. In it, she had carved a whimsical, stylized drawing of a fox, a clear homage to her grandfather's last creation, curled around a single, sturdy oak tree. It was intricate, beautiful, and a complete and utter branding nightmare. "We cannot reproduce that level of detail on mass packaging," I had said, the words feeling hollow even to me. "It is not efficient." "Who gives a damn about efficient?" she had shot back, her eyes flashing. The argument had escalated, the familiar fiery rhythm of our old dynamic, a strange, almost comforting echo. It ended, as our arguments now often do, when she had closed the space between us, put her hands on my chest, and kissed me until my carefully constructed arguments dissolved into a single, undeniable data point. Her. We compromised. The final logo is a clean, modern silhouette of the fox curled around the oak tree. It is a perfect fusion. It is us. But the most significant benchmark of the past year was not marked by a signed contract or a finished renovation. It was a quiet Saturday in early summer. It was the day I took Helen home to Ohio. I was, to use the correct terminology, terrified. My two worlds, the one that had defined my past and the one that now defined my future, were about to collide. Lily was waiting for us on the front porch swing. She saw the car pull up, and her smile, the one that had been the sole objective of my entire adult life, bloomed across her face. And then she saw Helen. Helen did not treat her like a case study or a child with a disorder. She simply saw Lily. She knelt down on the grass, so her eyes were level with my sister's, and held out her hand. In it was a small, smooth, wooden bird, its wings articulated to flap when you pulled a string. "Hello, Lily," she said, her voice the warm, soft thing I had fallen in love with. "My name is Helen. I made this for you." Lily looked from the bird to Helen, to me. Her gaze was a serious, searching thing. Then she reached out one small, hesitant hand and touched the bird. Her fingers ran over the smooth, oiled wood, the clean lines, the clever, simple mechanism. A slow, wondrous smile spread across her face. She took the bird from Helen's hand, and then, without a word, she leaned forward and wrapped her small arms around Helen's neck in a fierce, trusting hug. I stood there watching the two most important women in my world. and the final, carefully guarded wall around my own heart crumbled into dust. This was not a risk. This was not a variable. This was the answer. Which brings me to now, the eve of our grand opening. 1 year to the day since we left the Snowfall Lodge. The store, the public-facing part of our new workshop, is finished. It is beautiful. The walls are warm, creamy white. The floors are reclaimed oak, and the air smells of wood and beeswax and the faint, sweet scent of the chamomile tea Helen is always drinking. The shelves are filled with our creations, a vibrant, joyful army of wood and color. It is late. The last of the contractors have gone home. The street outside is quiet. We are alone, standing in the center of our shared dream. Helen is leaning against me, her head on my shoulder, her body a warm, familiar weight against my side. We are both exhausted, a deep, satisfying, bone-weary exhaustion that comes from building something, from the ground up, with your own 2 hands. She lets out a long, happy sigh. "We did it, Waylon," she whispers, her voice thick with a sleepy, triumphant pride. I wrap my arm around her, pulling her closer. I look around the beautiful, quiet, perfect space. I look at our logo, the fox and the oak tree, etched into the glass of the front door. I look at the shelves, filled with the tangible, wonderful results of a year of impossible, joyful work. The preliminary data, I say, voice a low, rough thing, is promising. She laughs, a soft, sleepy sound against my chest. She turns in my arms to face me, her hands reaching up to cup my jaw. Her eyes, in the dim light of the single lamp we have left on, are shining with a love so profound it still, after a full year, has the power to short-circuit my entire system. "I love you, you big, wonderful, data-driven nerd," she says. "I love you too, you infuriating, brilliant, soulful artist," I reply. We stand there, in the quiet heart of our new world, on the precipice of our new life. Tomorrow the doors will open. Tomorrow the world will rush in. But tonight there is only this: the quiet hum of the lights, the scent of our shared creation, and the steady, reliable, and perfectly predictable beat of her heart against mine.
Chapter 33. Helen. The sound of our store is the sound of joy. It's a chaotic, wonderful, overwhelming symphony of it. It's the gleeful shrieks of children discovering a hidden compartment in a balancing block. It's the low, impressed murmur of parents running their hands over the smooth, oiled finish of a pull-along bear. It's the bright, happy chatter of friends and family, the clinking of champagne flutes, and underneath it all, the steady, rhythmic click-clack of a dozen wooden toys being put through their paces on the polished oak floors. I'm standing near the back of the store, trying to be a calm, professional business owner, but my heart is doing a frantic, joyful tap dance against my ribs. My hands are restless, my fingers tracing the grain of the checkout counter I built myself. Every single surface in this beautiful, light-filled space tells a story. The reclaimed oak floors are from a barn that was about to be demolished a town over. The shelves were made from a massive pine tree that fell in my parents' yard during a storm last winter. And the front counter, the one my hands are currently memorizing, is made from the same beautiful dark walnut my grandfather used for his last project. The air smells of wood and beeswax and champagne, and the faint, clean scent of the wildflower bouquets my mom arranged on every available surface. It is the best smell in the entire world. We are a success. I can feel it. It's not just the number of people crammed into this space, it's the feeling. We haven't just opened a store. We've created a community hub, a small, bright pocket of joy in the middle of a busy world. And then, as if the day wasn't already perfect enough, the little bell above the door jingles, and in walks a whirlwind of crimson cashmere and shocking white hair. "Agatha," I gasp, my hand flying to my mouth. "I wouldn't miss it for the world, dear," she says, her eyes sparkling as she takes in the bustling scene. She looks from me to the beautiful, hand-carved Calvin and Wayland sign hanging above the door, and her smile is a thing of pure, unadulterated pride. "Well, you did it. You actually did it. You built something with soul." She pulls me into a fierce, fragrant hug. "Now, where is that handsome corporate shark of yours? I believe I was promised a ribbon to cut." I look for Quillen, my heart doing another one of its stupid, happy little flips. I spot him across the room. He's in the middle of an interview with a journalist from a major design magazine, looking impossibly handsome and polished in a dark blue suit that makes his eyes look like the summer sky. He's effortlessly charming, his voice a low, confident murmur as he explains our company's commitment to sustainable materials. He is the perfect, polished, professional face of our brand. And then, a small girl, no older than 4, tugs on the hem of his expensive suit jacket. The journalist, the interview, the entire world of corporate PR, it all vanishes. Quillen's focus narrows to this one small, pigtailed person. He doesn't just look down at her. He crouches, bringing himself down to her level, his knees creasing his perfectly tailored trousers. He is no longer the slick VP of marketing. He is just a man, talking to a child. "Well, hello there," he says, his voice the soft, gentle thing I have come to know so well. "What have you got?" She holds up one of our creations, a simple wooden caterpillar made of interlocking, multicolored discs. "He's stuck," she says, her lower lip trembling slightly. Quillen looks at the toy, his expression serious, as if he is being consulted on a matter of grave international importance. "I see," he says. "A logistical complication." He points a long, elegant finger at one of the discs. "I believe if you twist this green one, just a little, he might become unstuck." The little girl's brow furrows in concentration. She twists the green disc. It turns with a soft, satisfying click, and the caterpillar's body loosens into a playful, wiggly line. Her face breaks into a wide, triumphant, gap-toothed grin. "I did it!" she shrieks, her voice a pure, perfect bell of joy. "You did," Quillen says, his own smile a quiet, gentle, beautiful thing. "You're a brilliant engineer." My heart doesn't just swell. It feels like it physically might burst. The sight of this man, my partner, the former king of KPIs and profit margins, kneeling on the floor of our beautiful store and teaching a child the simple, profound joy of play. It is the single most pristine thing I have ever seen. This is what we built. Not just a store, not just a company. This small, perfect, beautiful moment of connection. The rest of the day is a happy, chaotic blur. Agatha cuts the ribbon with a pair of oversized golden scissors, to a round of enthusiastic applause. My parents are here, my dad looking at the workshop, with a quiet, proud tear in his eye. Quillen's parents are here too, his mom pulling me into a fierce, warm hug and whispering, "Thank you for bringing our son back to us." And Lily is here, our official chief toy tester, flitting through the store like a beautiful, happy butterfly, a proprietary, joyful grin on her face. Our two families, once from such different worlds, are mingling, laughing, celebrating together, a perfect, chaotic, and beautiful fusion. As the sun begins to set, casting long golden shafts of light through the front windows, the crowd finally begins to thin. The last of the happy, tired children are led out by their parents, their small hands clutching their new wooden treasures. Our families help us with the final cleanup, and then with the final round of hugs and proud, happy tears, they leave us too. And then it is quiet. The store is still, the air thick with the lingering, happy ghosts of the day's celebration. The shelves are a little emptier, the floors a little scuffed, It is the beautiful, satisfying wreckage of a dream come true. Quillen is locking the front door, his back to me. I lean against the counter, my body a single, happy, exhausted ache, and just watch him. He turns, a tired but deeply satisfied smile on his face. "Well, Miss Calvin," he says, his voice becoming a low, happy rumble in the quiet room. "I believe that was a successful product launch." "I believe you're right, Mr. Whalen," I say, my own smile so wide it feels like it could split my face. He walks toward me, his footsteps echoing in the empty store. He doesn't stop until he is standing directly in front of me, his body caging mine against the counter. He puts his hands on either side of me, leaning in, his gaze intense. "A near-perfect day," he says, his voice dropping to a low, intimate murmur that sends a familiar, delicious shiver through me. "Near perfect?" I ask, my eyebrows shooting up. What could possibly have made today more perfect? He leans in closer, his lips brushing my ear, his breath a warm, tantalizing puff of air against my skin. "There's one more thing," he whispers, his voice a dark, delicious promise that makes my heart start that frantic, happy tap dance all over again. One more thing that would make today perfect. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 34. Quillen. Her questioning gaze is a warm, intoxicating thing. Her body is relaxed, leaning against the solid, familiar wood of the counter she built. Her expression a perfect mixture of happy exhaustion and playful curiosity. In this quiet, messy back office, the true, unglamorous heart of our new world, she is the most perfect thing I have ever seen. One more thing, I repeat, my voice a low murmur. I do not release her, my hands still planted on the counter on either side of her, caging her in a space that has become my entire universe. A year ago at the Sunrise Lookout, I presented her with a business plan, a logical, data-driven, and yet profoundly emotional argument for a shared future. It was a proposal of a life together, a merger of our two disparate worlds. She accepted. And for 365 days, we have been building that life. We have built a company from the ground up. We have built a home. We have built a partnership that is stronger, more resilient, and more rewarding than any projection I could have ever calculated. But the initial proposal, as effective as it was, had a strategic omission. It was a declaration of intent, not a binding contract, and it is an oversight I intend to correct. A year ago, I begin, my voice quiet but steady in the still, peaceful room. I asked you to build a life and a company with me. It was the single best strategic decision I have ever made. A slow, beautiful grin spreads across her face. I seem to recall it was a rather desperate, last-minute pivot after your entire 5-year plan experienced a catastrophic systems failure. The core objective remained the same, I counter, my own smile meeting hers. Only the key personnel and the definition of success were revised. I lean in, my forehead resting against hers. And you, Helen Calvin, have been the most successful, most disruptive, and most profoundly valuable acquisition of my entire career. I pull back just enough to meet her gaze, the playful humor in my own expression giving way to a deeper, more serious emotion. Before I met you, my life was a fortress. It was built on a foundation of fear, and its walls were made of a cold, hard ambition. It was a safe, predictable, and entirely colorless place to live. You did not just breach the walls, Helen. You demolished them. You came into my gray, monochrome world with your color, and your passion, and your infuriating, beautiful soul, and you planted a garden in the rubble. Her eyes are shining, a film of moisture making them look like dark, polished gems. Her hands come up to rest on my chest, her fingers splayed over my heart, as if she can feel the frantic, unsteady rhythm of it. You have made me a better man, I say. The words are a simple, unadorned, and absolute truth. You taught me that strength is not about control, but about vulnerability. That success is not about a bottom line, but about the joy you create. You taught me how to listen, how to trust, and how to build something that is not just profitable, but is also good. My hand goes to the inside pocket of my suit jacket. My own heart is a frantic, chaotic variable I cannot control. I, who have faced down hostile boards and ruthless competitors without flinching, am terrified, because this is the only outcome that truly matters. I've pulled out the small, velvet-covered box. It is a simple, dark green, the color of the sweater she was wearing the first night she truly let me see her. Her breath hitches, her eyes widen, her gaze dropping to the box in my hand and then flying back to my face, a look of stunned, dawning realization on her face. "Quillen," she whispers, her voice a fragile, trembling thing. "I proposed a life together a year ago," I murmur roughly. "A partnership, and we have built it. But I want to make it official. I want to make it permanent. I want to give you a tangible symbol of a promise that I have already made in my heart 1,000 times over." I open the box. The ring inside is not large. It is not flashy. It is not what the world or what the man I used to be would have chosen. It is simple, elegant. A single, clear, ethically sourced diamond that catches the light of the single lamp, splintering it into 1,000 tiny, fiery rainbows. But it is the band that matters. It is made of warm, soft yellow gold, and it has been intricately carved, by hand, by a master artisan I spent 3 months sourcing, to look and feel like the grain of a piece of wood. It is her. It is her soul, her passion, her legacy, cast in a permanent, precious, and unbreakable circle. Her gasp is a sharp, sobbing sound. A single, perfect tear breaks free and traces a slow path down her cheek. I take the ring from the box, and then I release her, take a step back, and get down on one knee on the worn, beloved, reclaimed oak floors of our store. The same floors we sanded together, the same floors where a little girl with a caterpillar toy reminded me of what truly matters. I look up at the woman I love, the woman who is my partner, my inspiration, my entire future. And I ask the only question left to ask: "Helen Calvin, will you marry me?" She is crying freely now, her hands covering her mouth, her shoulders shaking with a silent, overwhelming emotion. The silence stretches, a single heart-stopping eternal moment. And then through her tears she nods, a frantic, beautiful, and undeniable yes. She sinks to her knees in front of me, her arms wrapping around my neck, and her answer is a choked, joyous, and tear-soaked whisper against my lips. "Yes, of course, yes." I take her left hand in mine, my own fingers trembling slightly, and I slide the ring onto her finger. It is a perfect fit.
Chapter 35. Helen. I wake up slowly, drifting up from a deep, dreamless sleep into a world of soft golden light and profound, bone-deep contentment. For a single quiet moment, there is only the sensation of the soft linen sheets, the gentle weight of Quillen's arm slung over my waist, and the steady, reassuring beat of his heart against my back. He's still asleep. I stay perfectly still, memorizing the feeling of this moment. The last quiet breath of my life as Helen Calvin. 6 months. It feels both like a lifetime and the blink of an eye since he knelt in the snow and asked me to build a life with him. We have spent these months in a happy, chaotic, and often exhausting whirlwind of building a business, building a home in the small house behind the workshop, building this new, beautiful, and sometimes bewildering life together. And today is the day we make it official, our wedding day. A few hours later, I'm in the anteroom of the old renovated barn we chose for the ceremony, and the quiet contentment of the morning has been replaced by a joyful, swirling chaos. The air is a warm, fragrant cloud of cedar, beeswax, and the wild, sweet perfume of the hundreds of wildflowers my mom insisted on arranging in old ceramic pitchers on every available surface. "Hold still, Helen, for goodness sake," my mom says, her voice thick with happy tears as she fusses with the delicate lace of my veil for the 10th time. "You'd think a woman who can handle a bandsaw could sit still for 5 minutes. If you gave me a bandsaw, I could probably trim this veil myself," I retort, earning a snort from my best friend and maid of honor, Maya, who is expertly pouring champagne into 3 flutes. "Don't you dare," Maya says, handing me a glass. "You are not allowed to handle power tools in a dress that costs more than my car. Doctor's orders." I take a sip of the champagne, the cool, crisp bubbles, a welcome sensation. I'm sitting in a simple, high-backed wooden chair I finished sanding just last week, my hands smoothing the heavy, cream-colored silk of my dress. My hands, for once, are not restless. On a day that should be a nerve-wracking mess, I feel a profound, unshakable calm. This is right. He is right. We are right. The door creaks open and a small, determined face peers in. Lily. Today, she is not just Quillen's sister. She is our flower girl, and she is taking her duties with the utmost seriousness. She's wearing a pale yellow dress that matches the wildflowers in her hair, and her own hair is a beautiful, intricate crown of braids that my mother and hers spent an hour cooing over this morning. In her hands, she's clutching a folded piece of paper. "This is for you, Helen," she says, her voice a serious, high-pitched whisper as she hands me the drawing. I unfold it carefully. It's a drawing of me and Quillen, rendered in bright, waxy crayon. We're standing in front of our store, which she has drawn with painstaking detail, right down to the fox and oak tree logo on the door. I'm recognizable by the chaotic explosion of twists and braids on my head, and he's recognizable by the tiny, meticulously drawn watch on his wrist. He's holding my hand. Over our heads, Lily has drawn a giant, smiling sun. My heart aches with a love so fierce it's a physical sensation. "It's the most beautiful wedding gift I've ever received," I say, voice rich with emotion. I pull her into a gentle hug, the crisp cotton of her dress soft against my cheek. "Thank you, my sweet girl. Are you ready for your big job?" She nods, her face a mask of profound concentration. "I have to maintain a consistent petal distribution pattern down the center of the aisle," she says. "Quilly said it's a key performance indicator." I burst out laughing, a happy, watery sound that makes my mom dab at her eyes again. I look at Lily's serious, beautiful face, and I see him. My Quillen. The man who has taken the best parts of his old world and is building a new, better one with me. In this small, perfect, funny moment, I see our future, a beautiful, chaotic fusion of soulful art and key performance indicators. A few minutes later, it's time. The soft, gentle notes of a string quartet playing a simple, beautiful melody drift in from the main part of the barn. My dad appears in the doorway, looking impossibly handsome in his tuxedo, his face a mess of pride and happy, unshed tears. "You ready, my girl?" he asks, his voice rough with emotion. "I'm ready, Dad." I take his arm, my hand gripping his familiar strong bicep. "Your grandfather would be so proud of you," he whispers as he prepares to lead me out. "Of all of this, of him." "I know," I whisper back, my own throat suddenly tight. He walks me down the aisle, which is lined with glowing candles and fragrant boughs of cedar. The barn is filled with the faces of everyone we love, a sea of warm, smiling, tear-streaked faces. I see my woodworking guild friends sitting next to a handful of Quillen's former colleagues from Megatoy Corp, who look slightly bewildered by the rustic setting, but are beaming nonetheless. I see Agatha Frost in the front row, a brilliant splash of crimson, dabbing her eyes with a silk handkerchief. My parents are beaming beside his. Our two families, once from such different worlds, are now one. And at the end of the aisle, standing under a beautiful arch of woven birch branches and wildflowers that Quillen and I built together last weekend, is him. He is my future. My breath catches. He is devastatingly handsome in a classic black tuxedo, a single wild yellow primrose in his lapel that matches the ones in Lily's hair. But it's not the suit that undoes me. It is the look on his face, the carefully constructed corporate mask, the polished, pragmatic control. It is all gone. His face is an open, unguarded book of pure, unadulterated love. His eyes are shining, fixed on me, and the look in them is a vow in itself, a promise of a lifetime of sunrises and shared workshops, and a love so profound it takes my breath away. I reach the altar, a beautiful, chaotic, perfect structure of reclaimed wood and hopeful flowers. My father kisses my cheek, his own tears finally falling, and then he places my hand in Quillen's. His hand is warm and steady, his fingers lacing through mine in a familiar, perfect fit. He leans in, his lips brushing against my ear as the music swells and then fades into a reverent silence. "An unpredicted and yet optimal outcome," he whispers, his voice for my ears only. And my heart, my full, happy, overflowing heart, finally feels like it has come home.
Chapter 36. Quillen. The moment her hand slides into mine, the entire world comes into sharp, perfect focus. All the background noise, the soft music, the rustle of the guests, the frantic, happy thumping of my own heart, fades into a distant, pleasant hum. There is only her. Helen. My Helen. She is a vision in cream and silk, a goddess of sawdust and soul. The simple, elegant dress clings to her curves, and the soft light from the candles and the wild flowers woven into the birch archway makes her skin glow with a warm, inner light. But it is her eyes, fixed on mine, that are my entire universe. They are shining with a love so pure, so absolute. It feels like the sun has decided to take up residence in the center of my chest. We turn to face the officiant, but our hands remain clasped, a single, unbreakable point of connection. We exchange our vows, the ones we wrote ourselves, the ones that are a testament to our entire, chaotic, beautiful journey. I speak of my life before her, a carefully constructed fortress of logic and control, and how she, with her infuriating, brilliant passion, had not just breached the walls, but had demolished them and planted a garden in the rubble. I promised to be her partner, her champion, and her chief data analyst for all the days of my life. And then she speaks. Her voice, the warm, vibrant sound that has become my favorite in the entire world, fills the quiet barn. She speaks of our two worlds, of art and commerce, of wood and plastic, and of the beautiful, impossible bridge we built between them. She promises to always challenge my assumptions, to always believe in the good, soft heart beneath my corporate armor, and to always argue with me about the logo. The guests laugh, a warm, happy sound, and I feel a tear, a single, hot, unwelcome, and utterly perfect tear trace a path down my cheek. By the power vested in me, the officiant says, her voice a warm, happy beam, I now pronounce you husband and wife. She smiles at me. Quillen, you may kiss your bride. And I do. I pull her to me, my hand cupping her face, and I kiss her with all the love, all the relief, and all the profound, earth-shattering joy in my soul. The kiss speaks of forever, a binding contract sealed not with ink, but with a promise that transcends all language. The barn erupts in a roar of applause and happy cheers, but the sound is a distant, muffled thing. There is only the feeling of my wife in my arms, the taste of her lips, and the certain, unshakable knowledge that my life, from this moment forward, is a joint venture. The reception is a lively, chaotic, and beautiful fusion of our two worlds. It is, from a marketing perspective, a demographic nightmare. Helen's friends, a wild, wonderful collection of artisans, woodworkers, and free spirits in brightly colored, flowing clothes, mingle with my former colleagues from Megatoy Corp, who look like a flock of well-dressed, slightly bewildered penguins. There is a bluegrass band playing in one corner, and a champagne fountain bubbling in the other. It should not work. It should be a social catastrophe. It is, however, perfect. I watch, a glass of champagne in my hand, as one of Helen's friends, a burly, bearded potter with clay still under his fingernails, engages my former head of global logistics in a deeply serious conversation about the tensile strength of different types of wood. I see my mother showing Helen's father pictures of Lily on her phone, the two of them beaming with a shared, grandparental pride. It is a merger, not of companies, but of lives, and the resulting synergy is the most valuable I have ever witnessed. Helen is a radiant, gravitational center in the midst of this happy chaos. She moves through the crowd, her smile a brilliant, incandescent thing, her laughter a bright, clear bell. She is talking to Agatha Frost, who has of course made an appearance, her crimson dress a slash of joyful color in the rustic barn. She catches my eye from across the room, and the look she gives me is a silent, intimate conversation. It is a look of shared wonder, of a joy so profound it does not need words. Later, the band strikes up a slow, romantic melody. It is time for our first dance. I take her hand, leading her to the center of the worn wooden dance floor. I must confess, I murmur, my hand resting on the small of her back, that I did not factor a bluegrass rendition of a 1980s power ballad into my initial projections for this event. She laughs, her head tilting back, her throat a long, elegant curve. "What's the matter, Waylon?" she says, her arms lacing around my neck. "Doesn't it align with your brand strategy?" "It exceeds all expectations," I reply, pulling her closer. We move together, a slow, easy rhythm. The world narrows to this small, perfect circle of light. The faces of our friends and family blur into a soft, happy background. There is only the scratch of the fiddle, the scent of her hair, and the steady, reliable beat of her heart against my chest. This is the only data point that matters now. The rest is just noise. She rests her head on my shoulder, her body a warm, trusting weight against mine. "I love you, Quillen," she whispers, her voice a soft, warm thing against my skin. "The feeling," I say, voice sounding a little rougher than I intend, "is mutual, and the data is conclusive." She pulls back just enough to study me, her eyes sparkling with a playful, familiar fire. "You are an incurable, wonderful nerd." "I am your incurable, wonderful nerd," I correct her, and I lean down and kiss her, a long, slow promise of a kiss right there in the middle of the dance floor to the sound of scattered, happy applause. The party continues, a joyful, swirling celebration of love and new beginnings. But as the sun begins to set, casting long golden shafts of light through the open barn doors, I find my gaze drawn to Helen. She is laughing with my sister, the two of them sharing a secret, and the sight of them together, my past and my future, my reason and my joy, is a thing of profound, gut-wrenching beauty. I know with a sudden, quiet certainty that it is time. The public celebration is over. The private one is about to begin. I walk over to her, my hand finding its way to the small of her back. She turns to me, her expression a soft, questioning thing. "I believe," I say, murmuring low for her ears only, "it is time to execute our exit strategy." A slow, beautiful, and deeply knowing smile spreads across her face. She takes my hand, her fingers lacing through mine. We slip out of the barn, unnoticed, hand in hand, leaving the warmth, the laughter, and the music behind. The air outside is cool and sweet, the first stars just beginning to prick the deep, velvety blue of the twilight sky. We walk in a comfortable, charged silence, our footsteps quiet on the gravel path. We are ready for our wedding night, ready for the start of our forever.
Chapter 37. Helen. Our honeymoon suite is a small, perfect cabin tucked away in the woods, a respectable but blessedly private distance from the main lodge. Quillen must have arranged it with George. The single room is a warm, glowing haven against the cool, starlit night. There are dozens of candles flickering on every available surface, their soft light dancing on the timber walls and casting a golden glow on the massive four-poster bed. The air smells of beeswax, fresh flowers, and the sharp, clean scent of the pine logs crackling merrily in the stone fireplace. He closes the door behind us, and the latch clicks shut, the sound a soft, definitive seal. The happy, chaotic, wonderful noise of our wedding reception fades away, leaving us in a profound, intimate silence. We are alone. We are husband and wife. The thought is a dizzying, wonderful, terrifying thing. "Well, Mrs. Whalen," he says, voice a low, rough murmur that sends a shiver straight to my core. "The primary objective has been achieved." "Is that what you call marrying the woman of your dreams?" I ask, turning in his arms to face him. "An achieved objective? The most critical, high-value, and profoundly satisfying objective of my entire life," he clarifies, his hands coming up to cut my face. His thumbs stroke my cheeks, his gaze a deep, searching, and worshipful thing. "Helen, my wife." He says the word, wife, like it's a prayer, a piece of magic he's just learned how to conjure. And then he kisses me. It is a kiss of undiluted reverence. It is slow and deep, and it tastes of champagne and promises and the beginning of forever. The undressing is a slow, sensual, and exquisitely tender ritual. There is no frantic, desperate haste of our first time together. There is only a deep, abiding need to cherish, to explore, to worship. He unzips my dress, his fingers slow and deliberate against the cool silk. The heavy gown slides from my shoulders, pooling in a creamy, silken puddle at my feet, leaving me in nothing but the simple, lacy lingerie I had chosen just for him. His breath hitches, a sharp, audible sound in the quiet room. "You are," he says huskily, "the most beautiful work of art I have ever had the privilege of witnessing." He kneels before me, his hands tracing the line of my hips, his lips following the path of the discarded dress. He presses a series of soft, warm, open-mouthed kisses to my stomach, my ribs, my thighs. Each touch is a brand, a silent vow, a piece of his soul pressed against my skin. When I am naked, he looks up at me, his eyes blazing with a love so profound it makes my heart ache, and then it is my turn. My hands go to his tie, my fingers fumbling slightly with the knot. "Here," he says, chuckling softly. "Allow me, my one remaining corporate skill." But I shake my head. "No," I whisper. "Me." I want to be the one to undo him, to strip away the last remnants of the man he was and reveal the man who is now, wholly and completely mine. I work the knot free, my fingers brushing against the warm, strong column of his throat. His shirt follows, then his trousers, my own mouth tracing a path of reverent kisses across his chest, his stomach, the sharp, perfect line of his hip bones. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. My hand is resting on his chest and my fingers find the new, unfamiliar and yet perfectly familiar weight of the simple gold band on his finger. I lace my fingers through his, my own ring a cool, solid promise against his skin. I trace the intricate wood grain carving on my own band, a perfect, beautiful symbol of our two worlds, now and forever, intertwined. I press a soft kiss to his chest, right over the steady, reliable beat of his heart. "I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with you," I whisper, a final perfect vow in the quiet of our wedding night. Epilogue. Helen. 5 years later, it's Christmas Day, and the hospital room smells faintly of antiseptic and pine. The latter is courtesy of Quillen, who smuggled in a small fragrant wreath that now hangs on the door, a tiny defiant beacon of festive cheer in this sterile beige world. A soft instrumental version of "O Holy Night" is playing from a speaker on the bedside table. Outside the window, a gentle fairy tale snow is falling, and I am in labor. "Okay, contraction starting," I pant, my hands gripping the crisp white sheets. The now familiar wave of tightening begins, a deep, primal, and incredibly intense pressure that consumes my entire world. I focus on my breathing, a slow, steady rhythm I have practiced for months. Quillen is immediately at my side, his hand cool and steady on my forehead, the other holding his phone. "Contraction initiated at 14:02 hours, he says, in a low, calm, and utterly infuriating murmur. "Deep breaths, my love. You are performing at peak efficiency." "If you mention my performance metrics one more time, Waylon," I grit out, my eyes squeezed shut, "I will deliver this baby myself and list her sole parent as Immaculate Conception." I hear him chuckle, a low, warm sound that is the anchor in this swirling sea of pain. Duly noted. Retracting all performance-based commentary. You are simply a brilliant, powerful, and terrifyingly beautiful force of nature. His thumb strokes my temple. "Is that better?" "Marginally," I groan as the peak of the contraction hits, a breathtaking, all-consuming crescendo. And then, just as quickly as it came, it begins to recede, the pressure lessening, the world slowly coming back into focus. I collapse back against the pillows, my body a spent, trembling thing. "I hate this," I say in a weak, pathetic whisper. "I know," he says softly, pressing a kiss to my damp forehead. But the data is conclusive. The end result will be worth the temporary discomfort. I crack open one eye to glare at him. You are lucky I love you, you big, wonderful, data-driven nerd. The feeling, he says, his eyes full of a love so profound it still, after all this time, has the power to steal my breath, is mutual. This is us, 5 years on. The banter is the same, the love is deeper, and the life we have built together is more beautiful than anything I could have ever sketched in my wildest dreams. Calvin and Waylon is not just a success. It is a thriving, award-winning, and deeply soulful company. We have a beautiful workshop, a small, happy staff, and a line of toys that are beloved by children all over the world. We built a legacy, just like he promised. And now we are building a family. Hours later, the world has narrowed to a series of sharp, focused moments. The gentle Christmas carols have been replaced by the steady, rhythmic beeping of a heart monitor. The quiet calm has given way to a raw, primal, and incredibly powerful final push. It is the hardest, most painful, and most beautiful work of my life. And then it is over. A new sound fills the room. Not a beep, not a groan, not a whispered word of encouragement. It is a cry, a loud, lusty, and utterly miraculous cry. You did it, Helen, Quillen sobs, his voice a broken, emotional thing I have never heard before. Oh, my love, you did it? A nurse, her face a warm, smiling beam, places a small, squirming, and impossibly perfect bundle on my chest. A baby. Our baby. A daughter. She is so small, so new, her tiny, wrinkled face a perfect miniature fusion of me and the man I love. She has a wild, chaotic tuft of dark, curly hair, just like mine, and when she opens her eyes, they are a startling clear and impossibly beautiful shade of blue. Quillen's eyes. I am crying, silent, happy, overwhelming tears streaming down my face. My hand, which has built so many beautiful things, comes up to touch her soft, downy cheek. This is the most pristine thing I will ever make. I look up at Quillen. He is a wreck. His perfect corporate composure is completely, utterly shattered. His face is wet with tears. His expression a mask of pure, unadulterated, and overwhelming love. He looks from my face to the tiny, perfect creature nestled on my chest, and his heart, the big, good, soft heart he had kept hidden for so long, is on full, glorious display for the entire world to see. He leans down, his hand, large and gentle, coming to rest on our daughter's back. His forehead presses against mine, and our tears mingle. A Christmas miracle, he whispers, his voice thick with the awe so profound it feels like a prayer. I look from his face to our daughters, and then out the window at the gentle, silent fall of snow. It is a perfect Christmas day, a perfect, snowy, magical day. And I think back to another snowy day 5 years ago. A day of rivals and arguments, and a snowstorm that had felt like a disaster, but had turned out to be a gift. We had won a competition that day, a small glass trophy that is now tucked away in a box somewhere in our attic. But this is the real prize. This tiny, perfect, miraculous human, our daughter, our love made real. This is the ultimate, beautiful, and perfect prize we won in the snow.